discuss few questions which is asked by many of our devotees yesterday, and then after answering the questions, if time permits, we'll see. Respected Swamiji, why did Krishna choose a battlefield to deliver the great knowledge of Gita? Because planet Earth is battlefield. Please be very clear. In last 2000 years of recorded history, we have fought 5000 wars. In last 2000 years of recorded history, we have fought 5000 wars. We are not doing anything except doing wars. Except fighting, we are not doing anything. The gap between one war and the other war cannot be called as peace, because that gap is preparation time for the other war. That's all. You do only two things. Either you fight or prepare for the next fight. You know, morning when you fight and go away to office, by evening the other arguments will be ready. You are preparing for the next fight. So, planet Earth is war field. That is the reason planet Earth is a battlefield. That is the reason Krishna chose battlefield to deliver his message. There are three kinds of situation on the planet Earth. One is win-win. Another one is win and lose. Third is lose-lose. Win-win situation is master and disciple. Master also wins the disciple. Disciple also wins enlightenment. Both of them achieve something. Nobody loses. Neither master loses by giving enlightenment. By giving, he only enjoys. Nor the disciple loses anything. He just gets the enlightenment. This is win-win situation. Next, win and lose. All our business is win and lose situation. Somebody wins, the other person loses. The third kind of situations, worst situations, lose and lose. Both the person loses. Battlefield is the lose and lose situation. Both the parties lose. Even if you say that so-called winning is not winning, both the parties lose. Krishna delivers the Gita in the battlefield because he gives solution for the worst situations. Even the worst situations of the life, the lose-lose situations are also addressed by Gita. That is why he chose battlefield to deliver the knowledge. I think that is the right place to deliver the spiritual message. Because if something cannot be used in worst situation, you cannot take that as ultimate message. If something can be used in the worst situation, then you can be sure it is the ultimate message. You can use that message wherever you want. It's like a master key. If it opens the worst key, naturally it will open all the other keys. So, Krishna gives the life solutions for the worst situations. That is why he chose the battlefield to deliver his message, to deliver the message of Gita. Respected Swamiji, after all, Arjuna wanted ahimsa, non-violence, but Krishna inspired him to be violent. Why would an enlightened person do that? Now please understand, first understand the word non-violence. The moment you say the I and mine, you are violent. Please be very clear. Only a person who has lost his I and mine can be non-violent. The moment you say this is mine and that is somebody else's, you already created violence. Naturally you will be violent. The moment you have the idea, you create the idea, I and mine, you will be violent. You already divided. The moment you divide, you will be violent. Only a person who has lost the I and mine will be non-violent. Here, Arjuna is not non-violent. Be very clear. He says he doesn't want to fight because he feels all of them are his relatives. Not because of ahimsa. Because he feels they are his relatives. Because of I and mine, he doesn't want to fight. Not because of non-violence. Please understand. Again and again he says, Swajanam, Swajanam, Swajanam. In this one chapter, 3 places he says Swajanam. 28 sloka. And then again 31st. And again 37th. In 3 slokas, he says Swajanam, Swajanam. Let me give you the slokas. Wherever he says Swajanam. Drishtve swajanam Krishna yuyutsum samavastitam. The 28th sloka he says Swajanam, my people. Swajanam means my people. And then again, the 31st, Nimittani cha pashyami viparitani keshava nasasreyo nupashyami hatva swajanamahave. Again Swajanam. The 3rd, Tasman narga vayam andum darta rashran swabandavan swajanam hi kadam hatva sukhinashyama matavaha. Again and again he is worried just because they are his relatives. When your I is involved, it can never be ahimsa. Please be very clear. When the war started, it started for dharma. But slowly he forgot the dharma. Instead of dharma, he started thinking, I am doing this war for my pleasure. Why should I do? I am doing this war for my pleasure itself is wrong. This war is not started for Arjuna's pleasure. It started for dharma's sake. Because the dharma was not established. Because the Duryodhana did not give the share, which is their due, which is Pandava's due. For dharma's sake the war started. But when the goal has changed, no, just for my pleasure I am doing the war, then all the confusion entered. As long as the dharma is goal, you will not have confusion. Here the confusion entered because the goal has changed. The goal has changed. Please be very clear, Arjuna is not refusing to fight because of non-violence. He is refusing to fight because of his attachment. One more thing you should understand. Your I and mine is invested on all your relatives. When your relatives die, you feel something is taken away from you. One thing important, not only your relatives, even if your enemy dies, you will feel the emptiness. You will feel something is missing. Why do you think these politicians, when both of them are alive, they will fight continuously? When one person is dead, the other person will give statements, condolence. The moment opposition leader dies, this guy gives condolence statements. And he really feels because he is missing somebody in his life. You have invested your ego even on your enemy. Even if your enemy dies, you will feel something is missing. So here, he doesn't want to fight just because of his ego, just because of his fear, not because of non-violence. Please be very clear. Non-violence is different. Fear is different. Here he asks Krishna, Krishna, let me go away to forest. If Krishna says, yes, you go, after going to the forest, next day he will start hunting. Next day he will start hunting. You think he is non-violent? Next day he will start hunting. He will be violent because animals are not his relative. Here he is not ready to kill just because he feels attached. Relative. Swajanam. Not once or twice, 3 times. In Sanskrit grammar, if you repeat any word 3 times, they say it is there from your deep consciousness. The feeling comes out of your unconsciousness. Any word, if it is repeated 3 times, the concept is from your unconsciousness. So here he says, in one chapter, 3 times, Swajanam, Swajanam, Swajanam. Then how can you say he is not fighting because of non-violence? No. It is pure attachment. The ideal of dharma is drop. He dropped or he forgot the ideal of dharma, what for he started the war. That idea is forgotten. That is why he says, I don't want to fight. And Krishna wants him to understand the whole truth. Krishna wants him to understand the whole truth. If Arjuna says, I will not fight because of ahimsa, Krishna will be the first person to encourage. Yes, don't worry. Go and rest. Go and rest. Krishna has sent his own brother Balarama. You should know the deep stories of Mahabharata. His own brother Balarama. Balarama comes and asks Krishna, Krishna, I don't want to fight. I feel like going for Tirtha Yatra. I want to do spiritual practice. Krishna says, please go. He blesses and sends the Balarama. Balarama did not appear in the Mahabharata war. He was there at the time, but he did not appear in Mahabharata war. Balarama did out of real ahimsa. He felt the compassion, went and asked Krishna. Krishna gave permission and blessing. But this is not out of compassion, this is out of fear. That is why Krishna says, no, fight. Please be very clear, the end cannot justify the means. The decision cannot justify the attitude. Not only the decision, attitude also has to be clear. Not only the decision, attitude also has to be clear. Here, Arjuna and Balarama both made the same decision, but different attitudes. So Arjuna is not matured. Arjuna is not taking the decision out of right attitude. So here, all Krishna is teaching is only one thing, or all Krishna's work. Krishna is doing only one thing, teaching right attitude to Arjuna. Right attitude to Arjuna. So please be very clear, Arjuna is not non-violent. Arjuna is not ahimsavadi. So don't be worried about Arjuna. Dear Swamiji, how could an enlightened master like Krishna have so many thousands of girlfriends? Can you please explain about Rasa Leela? Now starts the big problem. I tell you, this question goes, how could an enlightened master like Krishna have so many thousands of girlfriends? Can you please explain about Rasa Leela? Only an enlightened person like Krishna can manage so many thousands of girlfriends. Just try second and third, then you will understand. If you have only one woman in your life, enlightenment is luxury. If you have two women in your life, enlightenment is option. If you have three women in your life, enlightenment is compulsory. Basic need. Without that you cannot survive. Please be very clear. Here we need to understand few things. If you read Bhagavatam, the whole Rasa Leela happened before the Krishna left Vrindavan. When he was 10, he left the Vrindavan. Please understand. Before he left the Vrindavan, Rasa Leela happened. He left Vrindavan when he was 10. Then how can you give any wrong meaning to the whole Rasa Leela? Whole thing is just child play. Somehow, we were not able to understand the whole Rasa Leela scene. We never studied Bhagavata deeply. Just a superficial hearsay. And we start criticizing. We start comparing. We start calling. We start naming things. Please be very clear. Rasa Leela is nothing to do with physical relationship. It's a pure Jivatma, individual souls celebrating the Paramatman, the superconscious energy. They were singing and dancing and celebrating the existence. They felt the blessing of Krishna's presence. And I tell you, why these so-called philosophers go on criticizing Rasa Leela? Because they are jealous. The truth is they are jealous. The jealousy, you see, you don't condemn anybody unless you are jealous of that person. This is a basic rule. This is a basic thumb rule. When you condemn anybody, just look into yourself. Directly or indirectly, you are jealous of that person. When you can't justify your jealousy, you straight away start condemning. When you are not able to digest the jealous, you straight away start condemning few things. Even when divine descends on the planet Earth, these guys don't understand what the divine does. Let me tell you a small story. Once a young advertising agent, he goes to Seattle to have his lunch. In restaurant, he somehow finds Bill Gates. Bill Gates is sitting in one corner, he is eating. He went straight near to Bill Gates and said, "Sir, can you do a small favor for me? It will be really great. I will be eternally grateful to you if you do this small favor. I know you help so many people. You do so much of charity. Just do one small favor for me." Bill Gates asked, "What do you want?" "I will be sitting with my friends and talking. When you cross the table, just call my name and say, 'How are you?' Just inquire. Just call my name and say, 'How are you? How you are doing?' That's enough." This will change my image, and naturally I will encash on this whole image. Please do me this one favor. He gets thought, all right, after all I am doing so many things for so many people. Small thing I can afford. He said, all right, I'll do. But somehow he forgets, Bill Gates forgets and goes to the room. After half an hour, suddenly he remembers. And he feels obliged. And he comes with all his compassion. This guy is sitting and talking, eating. He's waiting. Bill Gates comes and says, hi, how are you? What are you doing? This guy turns, Bill, I told you, no, I'm eating. Why are you disturbing me? I told you so many times, don't disturb when I'm eating. Why are you disturbing me? Same thing. When divine descends and plays with you, you criticize. Just how this young guy does. Just what he did to Bill Gates. The same thing you do when you criticize Rasa Leela. When you criticize Rasa Leela, when you misunderstand Rasa Leela, you do this same thing. Understand this one story, you will understand Rasa Leela. I am not sure when Krishna delivered the message of Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna, maybe a few thousand years ago. Do you think there is any relevance of Gita today? Gita is the only book which has got relevance. I can say Gita is the only book which says to live, which is life affirmative, which is not against the life. Any other book, any other spiritual literature makes your life into two parts, spiritual and materialistic. Gita is the one and only book which teaches you how to live. It is the only book which teaches you the quantum spirituality. How to move in the material life and spiritual life both at a time. You always had a big problem. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, should I choose spiritual life or material life? Should I choose this life or this life? Material life is horizontal, spiritual life is vertical line. Should I choose this line or that line? Please be very clear. You can travel in this line, in that line, same time, at a time. You can just explode in all the directions. Krishna is the one and only master. Gita is the one and only book which teaches you can travel in the horizontal line and vertical line at the same time. You don't need to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can just explode. There is no need to choose. A small story. One guy from America goes to London. He's traveling in train with a old English lady and gentleman. Old gentleman and old lady, couple. He's traveling with them. That old lady had a small pet dog. Suddenly the pet felt a little uneasy and jumped on this guy and pissed. Showered the tirtha. This guy felt really disturbed. This lady, instead of apologizing, she just started patting the pet. Oh, I don't know what happened to you. I think you are not feeling well. Anyway, he kept quiet. New place. Why to go unnecessarily for fighting? After half an hour, again this dog jumped on him and vomited. Again this lady, instead of apologizing, she started telling, I should give you some medicine, I think you are not eating well, please digest, what happened to you, what you are doing. This fellow somehow, he kept quiet. Again after half an hour, the dog jumped on him, now you know what it would have done. Now it is too much. This young guy simply stood, took the pet and threw out of the window. He just threw out of the window. Till this time, the old man was keeping quiet, gentleman. Now he stood up and said, you fools, you drive in the wrong side, you measure with wrong scales, now you threw the wrong bitch out of the window. You threw the wrong person out of the window. When you choose, you always choose the wrong person. Please be very clear. Whenever you choose, you always choose the wrong thing. All choices are wrong choices. If you choose the spiritual life, you always feel you are missing the materialistic life. If you choose the material life, you always feel you are missing the spiritual life. Krishna is the only master. Gita is the only book which teaches you the quantum spirituality. You don't need to choose between spiritual life and material life. You can explode in both the directions. He is the first master who made spirituality as a practical living science. Till Krishna happened on the planet Earth, spirituality is only for those few who want to go and sit in the forest, think about the world. And only after Krishna, he brings a new light. He is a milestone. Krishna is a big breakthrough in the spiritual field. He is the person who introduces quantum spirituality. However, quantum is a big breakthrough in the physics field. Same way, he introduces quantum spirituality. You can move in the horizontal line, means the material life, and in the vertical line, spiritual life, at the same time, in the same space. There is no need to choose. So Krishna and the Gita is the only relevant book to be read in this modern day. Oh God, it's a nice question. Did Sanjaya really have the telepathic powers, or you are just telling stories? Did Sanjaya really had telepathic powers, or you are telling stories? Now I should tell you something. First thing, understand the whole thing, whether it is Ramayana or Mahabharata, don't think it is just a story. No, it is history. There are some places where you are not able to understand the incidents intellectually, where we don't know, we are not able to realize, or we are not able to relate. Science is yet to catch with our spirituality. Please be very clear. Science is yet to catch with our spirituality. Just because you are not able to understand with your logical mind, don't think it's a story. No, it's a history. In America, I saw a website that whether you believe it or not, if you want you can see that website. There are 2-3 websites. Whether you believe it or not is one website. and mysteries. All these strange things, they are recorded in the website. There's a man called Dead Serial in America only. He fell from the second floor and had injury in his head. After that accident, suddenly he started seeing whatever he wants, wherever it is happening. Simply he started seeing. Not only he started seeing, his eyes are able to record the incident. Please understand, he is still alive. You can see this website. You will get the data, clear data, much more clear way. And he says, not only is he able to see, they are able to record. His eyes are able to record the incidents which he wants to see. Even thousands of miles away, he is able to just see what's happening. And he is just able to record and tell you what is happening there. And now in the modern day, so many thousands of researches are done in the psychic field. After that, the last 10 years, after so many thousands of researches in the psychic field, there's a clear proof we do have extraordinary powers, no doubt about it. There was another one, lady in Scandinavia. She also had head injury and she started hearing continuously some radio program. From near radio station, she started hearing all the radio programs without any radio. And the big difficulty is she is not able to switch it off. Non-stop program is going on. They have to do operation finally to cure her. And apart from all these things, let me tell you a story from my own life. From my life. I usually avoid speaking about my personal experiences. But let me tell you for this one thing. When I was in my native place, Arunachala, I had an opportunity to see the great yogi called Narayanan Tata. His name is Narayanan Tata, grandfather. Tata means grandfather. His name is Narayanan Tata. Very elderly gentleman, around 70. He lived near a small temple. He used to predict and tell things. If somebody has lost some property, they will go to him and he will visualize or he will meditate and tell you where it is lost. And please be very clear, one thing, even I was surprised, regularly police people used to come to him. He is the advisor for local police station. And just by his advice, the local police station is built separate Devi temple. Just because he advised, local police station, inside their police station, they built a separate temple. Still now, if you go to Arunachala, the local police station, inside police station, there is a Devi temple. You will see his photograph there. I had opportunity to live around him more than 4 or 5 years. I was a small boy. I used to go and sit with him. Somehow he also liked me very much. So he will make me sit with him. I have seen with my own eyes, somebody came to him and said, they have lost some property. Some thief came and took away their properties. He just got an ordinary mirror. He took just an ordinary mirror, something like a black thing. Anjanam, they say Anjanam. What do you will tell in English? Just the Anjanam. That black thing. He applied on that mirror. And he took the hand and did some meditation. Chanted few words. Suddenly, the mirror started behaving like a TV. I tell you, I saw from my own eyes. With my own eyes I have seen. It clearly showed how the whole thing happened. The thief coming, and just like a video camera. If you have captured the video camera, how it will show? Much more clearly it shows how thief entered the house, and how he packed the things, and how he left the whole face. And he can even do the pass and fast forward rewinding everything. He just did the pass and we could see the face clearly. The whole scene he showed. And then he told, he is in that village, go and catch. These people went and simply caught him, got the property back. I have seen with my own eyes. Not once or twice. At least I can say 100 times I have seen this happening with him. At least 100 times. Difficult to believe for any logical person, very difficult to believe. But whether you believe it or not, truth is truth. Sometimes truth is truth. I have seen personally he doing. So clearly he will show. And he is a regular advisor for local police station. Any big problem, the local police officers will be at his feet. And he will tell the thing, everything will be cleared. And he never failed. At least, as far as I know, he never failed. Clearly will show. Not only he will see, you can also see. Even the other persons can see. So be very clear, there is something called supernatural powers. Only thing, we lost the key of how to achieving it. Because of the Western education system, the cultural invasion, we lost the keys in India. The meditation, the master key is lost. That is why it is difficult for us to believe that Sanjaya had this telepathy power. But I tell you, if you do a little bit of meditation, if you can go a little inside you, you will see, you will experience yourself. Let me ask one question. Actually, somebody asked me in a meditation program, Swamiji, when I am in party, when I am in some program, suddenly I will remember somebody's name. Suddenly I will remember some old friend's name. And after 5 minutes I will see he will be there. And the house, when doorbell rings, suddenly I will remember some old friend whom I have not seen for 5-6 years. When I open the door, he will be there. When a telephone rings, suddenly I remember somebody's name. When I take the phone, he is there on the other side. How this happens to me? Many times this has happened to me. How this happens? Why it is happening to me? I asked them, in how many of you at least once had this experience in your life? In that group, more than 80% raised their hand. Let us see here. How many of you had this kind of experience at least once in your life? More than 80%. Again, if it happens in one person's life, some one time, you can say it is coincidence. You can just brush it aside in the name of coincidence. If it is happening in so many persons of life, in so many lives, how can you say it is coincidence? It is something more than coincidence. You can't just brush it aside in the name of coincidence. So be very clear, there is something called extraordinary powers. All you need to do is, you should know the science of how to awaken that power. With the right meditation, the power can be awakened. It can be used. Just because we don't have the key, you can't say the power itself doesn't exist. So please be very clear, Sanjaya really had the telepathic powers to hear and see things. How do we know what type of being we are? intellectual, emotional, or being. During our life, do we have stages of each three characteristics? How do we know what type of being we are? Intellectual, emotional, or being? The moment you ask this question, be very clear, you are intellectual. The moment you ask this question, be very clear, you are intellectual. Whomsoever is having this question, they are intellectual. The emotional people will never have the question. Being level people will not even have this doubt. So if you have the question, be very clear, you are intellectual. And during our life, we do have stages of each three characteristics. Before you are married, I can say you are intellectual. These young boys, college kids, especially Indian college kids, when they are brought by their parents to me, usually they will not bow down or they will not do namaskar. They think that it is very traditional. Why should we bow down to somebody? And why should we respect somebody? The ego doesn't allow you to bow down to somebody. They will not bow down, and they will, when the parents bow down, they will just stand and look at me, stare at me. They will just give a look. Of course, I don't want people to bow down, and what is there? It is after all, the respect is not by physical way of expression, not by just bowing down or falling at the feet. It is a mind. But I always think in my mind, fellow, let you get married, then just after 2 years, when he comes to meet me, you will see he will fall flat. Because that 1 year complete training. In 1 year complete training will be done. And nothing more is necessary. The same guy, and will become so obedient, so polite, and complete training will be done. You don't need nothing, you don't need anything. You don't need any other training. Maybe before marriage you are intellectual, then slowly you grow and reach other levels. Somebody has written, I am not able to read some question. It starts with Pujya Swamiji. If you are here, you can come and read it out. I'll answer. Because I am not able to read. One thing I am sure, it is English, that's all. I am not able to read. Let me tell a story. It's reading and writing problem. There was an advertisement in the newspaper. We want a salesperson who knows how to read and write French. The manager received an application which says, I can write but I can't read. The manager was curious. How can somebody write French and don't know how to read? He said, all right, let me see this guy. He called him for interview. This guy came for interview. And he said, please start writing. He started writing. Manager took the paper and said, what have you written? Please read. He said, I told you earlier itself. I can't read. I know only how to write, I can't read. I think this question is also like that. You can only read, you can't. You can only write, you can't read. I am not able to read. About the depression of success. What if you are under 40 and experienced several depressions without success? Is there hope? please be very clear, then what you experienced is not depression. It is just failure. Yesterday I told very clearly, depression of success comes only for mature beings. It is a gift from divine. It is a luxury in the life. I tell you, depression of success is the ultimate luxury. All cannot afford it. To have the depression of success, you need two things. All your outer needs should be fulfilled and you must be intelligent. All your outer needs should be fulfilled. Second important thing, you need to be intelligent. Only when you have both, all the outer things, all the outwardly comforts and intelligence to look beyond, you will have the depression of success. If you are depressed because of failure, it cannot be called as failure. It cannot be called as depression. It is just failure. If you are depressed without success, please be very clear. It is failure. It is not success. Listen to the Gita and learn how to work. If Krishna is the Jagat Guru, then why he did not help the world? He was only with Pandavas and Kauravas. What about the rest of the world? Can I know who is asked this question? I think the person is not here. All right. Again and again, Krishna happens on the planet Earth. But nowadays he is not bringing the peacock feather. He is not bringing the peacock feather. Krishna is the only master who assured again and again, I will be here. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya dushkritam dharma samstavanartaya sambhavami yuke yuke. Again and again I will come down. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya dushkritam dharma samstavanartaya sambhavami yuke yuke. Again and again I will come down. And he always fulfills his promises. Be very clear. You need little openness to experience him. That's all. Never think he is not here. People go and ask Ramakrishna. There was a group of devotees who were sitting in front of Ramakrishna and they were talking. Oh, we were not there in the Chaitanya's period. We would have seen Chaitanya, we would have experienced the divine love, the great love. We missed Chaitanya. Ramakrishna says, there were some fools who were sitting in front of Chaitanya and talking. We missed Krishna. We were not seeing Krishna. The same people only come back and sit in front of Ramakrishna and say, oh, we missed Chaitanya. Again the same people will come and sit in front of Ramana Maharishi and they will tell, we missed Ramakrishna. Again he was sitting here and saying, we missed Krishna. Understand, all you need is just a little bit of openness. All you need is little sensitivity. If you have, you can listen to Krishna's flute here and now. If you miss it, you are missing it. So all we need to understand, all we need to do is to have little more sensitivity. Never think Krishna is not fulfilling his promise. He is fulfilling. Again and again and again. He comes down. He comes down and fulfills his promise. again and again, he fulfills his promise. All you need to do is just have little more sensitivity and openness. You can experience him wherever you are. There's one more question. When you said yesterday, you are repeating, do you mean you are Krishna? Many proclaim they are God. Do you also proclaim the same thing? No. Are you also in the same business? Nice question. May I know who asked this question? All right. Here he is asking, many proclaim they are God. Do you also proclaim you are God? I am not here to proclaim I am God. I am here to proclaim you are God. Please be very clear. I am not here to proclaim I am God. I am here to proclaim you are God. When Krishna says I am God, when Krishna says he is divine, when Krishna proves he is divine, he is preparing you, he is creating a situation in which you can receive his message and realize you are also divine. Please be very clear. When Krishna says, I am God, he is preparing you so that you can receive his message and experience you are God. Experience you are divine. That is why again and again Krishna has to prove, has to express his divinity. So be very clear. I am not here to proclaim I am God. I am here to proclaim you are God. I am not here to prove I am God. I am here to prove you are God. So just have the experience of the divinity in you. Just experience you are God. That is enough. Nothing else is necessary. You don't need to accept I am God, or you don't even need to believe I am God. You don't even need to bother whether I am God or not. Just believe you are God. Just understand you are God. Just experience you are God. That is enough. Nothing else is necessary. Thank you. Is it possible to be detached without being indifferent? How do we keep our hearts open along the spiritual path? Please be very clear. Only a man whose hearts are open can be detached. If you are indifferent, you will only be dull. You will not be detached. Only a man who can shower his being, who can shower himself completely, can detach himself completely. Be very clear. You never shower yourself on anybody because you are afraid that you may not be able to detach. The power to share and the power to detach is one and the same. If you can't share yourself intensely, you can't detach yourself. Person who struggles is off in everything. He can neither attach nor detach. The person who can attach really with anybody, can attach himself, he can detach also. Is it normal to speak less and seek out silence as sadhana progresses? There's a beautiful Zen saying. When I was not meditating, tree is tree, mountain is mountain. When I started meditating, tree is not tree, mountain is not mountain. When I finished my meditation, when I became enlightened, again tree is tree, mountain is mountain. Before the sadhana, you will speak a lot. After enlightenment, you may speak a lot. But at the time of sadhana, it is usual people tend to become silent. Here is a question. Swamiji, please be very clear. Oh, that is the instruction I got. First he gives the instruction. Please be very clear. Is Krishna and Christ the same? Both were born in a confided place. Krishna was born in Mathura, Christ in a place called Mathuriya, and both were shepherds and so on. If so, please explain. An historical controversy. I do not know the history because I am not a historian. I am not historian. I can say one thing. Spiritually they are one and the same. I can say according to spirituality. I can't say historically. Because I don't know anything about history. Surely, I can't make any controversial statement about which I am not sure. I can say one thing, surely in the conscious level, they are one and the same. There are stories which says the whole Christ idea itself is from Bhagavatam. It travels and then the whole theory is developed or built or created and all these things. Of course, we don't know the truth behind these stories. Now there is a latest beautiful book, Da Vinci Code. Many of you read that book? Very controversial. But he is very solid. He is clear about what he is speaking. So we are not able to say complete no to him. I read that book. To tell you honestly, I am not able to say complete no to him. Because there are so many things which he says make sense. And there are so many research books which says that after the crucifixion, life of Christ, and between the 7 and 14, where Christ was, lot of research, lot of books. I have also read enough of books, but I am not able to say anything about this because we don't know anything. Everything is just assumption. Everything is just a theory. And I can say one or two interesting facts or one or two interesting things which I read in that book. The theory goes that Jesus had his training in Puri. In Puri there is a Buddhist monastery. He had his training there. And the Sermon on the Mount exactly is a translation of a Pali Sutra, which is repeated in that monastery every day morning as a prayer. Exactly, verbatim. It's a translation of that prayer, that sutra, which is repeated in their monastery. And the original Pali is given and the translation is given. Verbatim translation. The whole Sermon on the Mount. There are so many things, so many research reports are coming out. We don't know anything about it. I can be sure of one thing, in conscious level, both are one and the same. In a physical level, I don't know. Next. Please comment on desires. Most masters recommend sealing of desires. How can this be done? I can comment on desires, but I don't want to comment on most masters recommending. I can comment on the first part, commenting on desires, but I don't want to comment on this second statement, most masters recommend sealing of desires. How can this be done? I tell you honestly, sealing of desires can never be done. Suppression will lead only to perversion and other difficulties. You can do only one thing, transformation. Transformation is the only possibility. Suppression can never be done. Whether it is desire related to sense enjoyments or name and fame or anything. The more you suppress, more you will poison your system. The more you suppress, more they go deep into your system. All you can do is only one thing, transforming the desires. If you want the transformation, enter into meditation. Let your energies be transformed. Except transformation, there is no other way to escape from desires. Just divert the energy. Let it become pure energy. When you transform, you will have the pure desire without directed towards any object. Desire without object is energy. When your energy is attached to some object, it becomes desire. When your desire is detached from object, it becomes energy. That is why in Vedic system we call desire as a Ichha Shakti. Desire energy. As long as there is no object, it leads you to bliss. When there is object, it leads you to bondage. You can only transform or purify it through meditation. You can never suppress. Suppression will lead only to more and more problem, more and more troubles and problems. A small story. Very old monk, 80 years old monk, senior monk, was interviewed by a junior brahmachari, novice, junior monk. The junior monk is asking the senior elder monk, Master, how to control the bad thoughts? How long these bad thoughts continue to come in the mind? The senior monk says, I don't know how long it will continue to come. One thing I know, till 80 years they come. So please be very clear. Suppression will lead to nowhere. Only the transformation can help you. Work for transformation, not for suppression. Another one question. How will Guru help disciple? What is the process? I think the whole Gita is the answer for this question. The whole Gita is the process. It starts with the intellectual clarity, then gives the experience, takes him through the whole path and puts him in the same consciousness in which he is living. The whole Gita explains the process. If you listen to the whole Gita, you will be able to understand the whole process. The whole Gita is the answer for your question. Any other question?
Two questions, Swamiji. One is, should we stick to chapters that are covered, or is it okay to ask any question from other?
You can ask anything, but if you ask in this itself, you will have some more deep tips to follow this. You see, I am not speaking more today because if I start speaking more, you will forget everything, just as Arjuna did. It's not that I have covered complete second chapter. No, I have not covered complete second chapter, but I know how much a human mind can receive. If I just stop with few concepts, these ideas will be working on you. Continuously, they will be working on you. The transformation process will happen. If I load you more than this, you will throw everything in the dustbin. That is the reason I stopped. I stopped with this one concept. Understand this one. Let it work in your mind. Let you understand this one. And understanding any one concept completely is more than enough. And if you put any other question, no problem, I can answer. But you will be getting more ideas instead of understanding. Vivekananda says beautifully, instead of reading the whole library, just take 5 concepts and digest them, enough. That's the reason. I just took few slokas and gave you the gist of the whole chapter, so that this can work on you. I am not speaking just to show that I know. I am speaking just to show that you should know. I wanted you to experience the whole Gita. That's the reason I am giving part by part, step by step. Let this go into your being. Let this work on your being. Let this do the process. The next day we will take up the other concept, the next idea. That's the reason, step by step, I am trying to take you through that process. It is very easy to read all the slokas and just give the translation or commentary. It's only intellectual process. It will add little more knowledge into your head. Means little more head weight. More problem. More difficulty. That's the reason. I do not want to add any more knowledge. The problem with Indians is not that they don't know. They know too much. That is the problem. The main problem is we know too much. So, I am not here to add more words to your head. I am here to take you beyond the words. I wanted you to experience it. I wanted you to digest the whole Gita. That's the reason I am giving part by part. Only few slokas. Actually, the second chapter, more than 70 slokas. But I have spoken only on a few. Because more than this, if I share, it will be only load. It will not be digested. You can ask any question related to these 2 chapters.
One question I'll drop, one question I'll ask.
Yes.
The question I have is, from future to past, you explain to us, the question has to do with astrologers and farmers. We have
Astrologers and?
Farmers are astrologers,
Yes.
or who tell us our past and
Yes.
future. So some of them are correct, some of them are wrong. Does it have
All
something
right.
to do
All
with
right. Let me explain. The person who predicts your future, you see, if you are sitting here, can you see the past or the future clearly? You can't. If you are sitting here, you can see little more clearly, like India Doordarshan. And if you are sitting here, it will be like a private channels, little more clearly. If you come here, it will be like your personal PC. If you come here, it will be like directly seeing. When the TPS comes down, the person will be able to see more clearly the future and past. A person whose TPS is very low, he will be able to predict your future properly and clearly. The person whose TPS is high, he will not be able to predict clearly because his mind is continuously moving this side to that side and this side to that side and this side to that side. He will not be able to predict properly. One thing, the person who has established himself with his Nithya-Atman or eternal consciousness, not only he will be able to predict, he will be able to change. That is why they say, there is a beautiful sloka, Brahma with all his difficulty, sweating with all the pain, he writes your life on your head. He writes by his hand on your head. Brahma's handwriting will be just erased by Guru's left leg. When he walks, he erases it. A man who is established in that eternal consciousness can just erase what is there in the future or in the mind. I think it is time to end the session.
Thank you, Swami.
Let's pray to the ultimate existence, the divine consciousness, Parabrahma Krishna, to give us all the experience of eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
प्रतिबोधितां भगवतां नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्बत्वा मनुसन्ददामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणीम्। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्। all with my love and respects. Today's subject is beauty of purposelessness. The whole existence, the whole universe is purposeless. Of course, it will be very shocking. From the young age, we are taught, socially conditioned, that life has got some purpose. Always you are made to run towards some goal, towards some purpose. The more you run towards a goal, the more you are considered as a successful person. The more the speed, more you are respected. The more the speed, more the rewards. From your birth, again and again, you are taught, society teaches you, life has got some purpose, life has goal. The more you run towards a goal, more you miss the life. Man who is continuously bothered about the goal will never be able to enjoy the life. For example, when you are studying, you always think, when I have my job, my life will be happy. When you have your job, you think, after marriage, my life will be happy. After marriage, you think, when I have kids and my own house, my life will be happy. After you have kids and your own house, you think, when kids grow, all my responsibility is over, I'll be happy. By the time your kids are settled, by the time your responsibility is over, when you want to relax, your being is conditioned so much, you can't relax. The tension, running behind something, has become a part of your being. It has become part of your conditioning. After that, resting will not be rest anymore. It will not be a relaxation anymore. It will be a loneliness. When you have rest, in the end of the life, you will feel lonely because you have been conditioned to run behind something. You have been conditioned to live with something. You have been conditioned to associate yourself with something. The more you run, more titles you receive. We always tell he is a multidimensional personality. We praise people who run more. They are called multidimensional personalities. Please be very clear, they are schizophrenias, not multidimensional personalities. Only a person who has deeply experienced himself, only who rests in himself, who experiences inaction in action, only he can be multidimensional personality. Only a Krishna can be a multidimensional personality. A man who completely rests in himself, who knows how to relax within himself, can be multidimensional personality. Person who runs for society, by society, can never experience the peace. Be very clear. The more you run, the more possibility of becoming mad. But society wants you to run, only then you will be a useful member. You will be a useful member to society. Society does not want you as you are. It wants you as a useful member for it. If you are a doctor, if you are a lawyer, if you are an accountant, some way, if you are useful to the society, then you are rewarded, you are praised. That is why society gives so much of importance for your title. You are respected just based on your title, not as you are. The more number of titles you have, more respect. Less number of titles you have, less respect. The more you are useful to the society, more you are respected. Again and again, you are made to run. You are taught life has got purpose. Please understand, life is purposeless. Look into your life deeply. Whatever you think as the goal of your life, even if everything is fulfilled, you think you will be able to rest? You think you will be able to relax? You think you will be in bliss? You think you will feel fulfilled? No, you will feel only depressed. When you have something, you can always blame, put the responsibility and feel comfortable, feel relaxed. When you can't put the responsibility on something, when you can't put the responsibility of somebody, you suffer more. Just day before yesterday, one young man came to me and he asked, Swamiji, should I marry on my own or should I listen to my father's words? I said, listen to your father's words, go for arranged marriage. He asked me, why Swamiji? I will be happy if I marry on my own. I told him, see, with arranged marriage, at least you will have somebody, you can continuously blame them. If you marry on your own, you can't blame anybody. Better go for arranged marriage. After 2-3 years continuously, you can blame your parents and be happy. You will feel you are not responsible for the misery. At least you will have somebody on whom you can put the blame. With your own decision, you can't put the blame on anybody. At least if you have somebody to blame, you will be a little relaxed. When you have somebody to blame, you feel at least some way safe. Your whole life is purposeless. But again and again and again, you are conditioned to run towards something, to go towards something, some goal, something. From the young age, always some goals are put in front of you. Whether it is material life or spiritual life. Both the way, always some goal is put in front of you. The so-called material life or the so-called spiritual life, both continuously makes you feel you are not enough. Just understand, whatever you think as your purpose of life, whether it is money or relations or name and fame, whatever you think as a purpose of your life, even if you have complete fulfillment in that dimension, for example, money, if you became a multi-millionaire as you want, if you became a person with so many people following you, or friends and family, as you think, if you become a person who is world famous, as you want, you think you will be able to rest? Never. By the time you reach the top rung of the ladder, climbing will become your habit. Climbing will become your habit. You can't rest within yourself. Please be very clear. The climbing, running will become your lifestyle. Running will become your trend. When running has become your trend, you don't even know what far you are running, you will start running. Even if you don't know what far you are running, you will be running. You will be continuously running. What far? You will not know. Small story. One guy wanted to have 1 acre land so that he will do some agriculture and live happily. He prayed to the Bhuma Devi, means the goddess of earth. Oh mother, please give me 1 acre land so that I will do my agriculture and live happily. Devi appeared and said, don't worry my son, what 1 acre? From tomorrow morning sunrise to sunset, how much you walk, whatever land you cover, that land belongs to you. This is the big problem. Boons create very big problems. Please be very clear. Blessing without having maturity, the energy without maturity always creates problem. Let me tell you one more story. Then I will continue this story. Suddenly one guy won $10 million in lottery. This guy had a problem, heart problem. So the wife is having very big trouble how to break this news to him. Suddenly if he gets heart attack and dies, what to do? He may have a cardiac arrest. She is afraid to break this news to him. She was thinking, somehow she felt it is very dangerous. I cannot take this risk. She went to the local priest, the church priest. She asked him, Father, can you help me? He said, don't worry, I know your husband for last 30 years. I can surely come and tell the news in a very nice way. She told, no, it is too risky. Please be very clear. He is heart patient. You have to be careful. I'll take care, don't worry. He goes and starts the conversation very slowly. My son, I think you are going to be blessed with a fortune, the great fortune by God. This guy says, what are you talking, Father? My whole life I have lived with poverty. Father says, no, don't think God is going to bless you. All right, suddenly if you get $10 million in lottery, what will you do? You just want to break the news before that. He is giving him a hint. Suddenly if you get $10 million in lottery, what will you do? The guy says, $10 million? I will give half of it to your church. The priest fell and died. The priest fell and died. So please be very clear. Even if the blessing comes without maturity, it will be very difficult to handle. Anyhow, this Bhuma Devi, the goddess of the earth, gives a boon to this guy. Run as much as possible. You will have all the land for yourself. This guy thought, what is there anyhow? All right. I think I will run 10 acre. 10 acre land I will have, so that I can do agriculture and have a small farmhouse. I live happily. After half an hour he thought, why 10 acre? If I can walk up to 100 acre. I think not only me, my kids also can have enough land. Late night he started thinking, why just 100 acre? Why not walk as much as possible? Then we can even sell and become multimillionaire. We need naturally money for construction. We can sell a little bit of land. Why not walk as much as possible? He has decided next day he will walk as much as possible. Early morning, the moment sunrise, he started his journey, walking. After 5 hours, suddenly he realized, why should I walk? Why not start running? He starts running. Around evening 3 o'clock, his body is asking for food. His body is hungry, asking for food. He says, no, today I should not waste my time in eating. Today I will make money. Today I make land. Today I will make as much as possible so that tomorrow onwards I can sit and enjoy. He started running. Around evening 4 o'clock, his body is begging at least for a glass of water. He's saying, today nothing. I should not waste even a single moment. I cannot waste even a single minute. No water, no food. Today I have to catch as much land as possible. He's running full speed. Running. By evening 6:30, sun is about to set. By evening 6:30, he has come near a beautiful river. Almost he has covered enough land for one full state. And is near the river. Sun is about to set. In half an hour, sun will set. This guy thought, if I cross this river also, it will be really nice. I will have both sides of the river for myself in our country. He started crossing the river. And he crossed the river also. Even after crossing the river, just nearby the river, he saw a beautiful smashan, burial ground. He thought, now I have enough land for people to live. I should catch this burial ground also. Only then I will have enough land for people who are dead. Now I have enough land for people who are going to live in my state. Now I should have land for people who are dead. He wanted to catch that place also. He started running. Sun is about to set. His body says, no, enough, I can't run anymore, no. Enough, relax. He is saying, no, just 10 minutes, 10 more minutes. Let us catch this cemetery also. Let us catch this graveyard also. He is running. His body says, no, I cannot even put a single step. I am exhausted. He says, no, let me just finish this one part. He runs. When the sun is about to set, suddenly he hits one stone and body is not able to balance. He falls and dies. He just drops and dies. Exactly the same thing happens in our life. Please be very clear. You may be thinking in your mind, what fool he is, how he missed the whole life. Don't think he is fool. We are also doing the same thing. Maybe we are doing it in a little polished way. He has done physical way, we are doing it in a mental way. But be very clear, we are also doing exactly the same thing. You never relax within yourself. You never settle within yourself. We never sit with ourselves. That is the reason in the old age, even when you want to relax, we will not be able to relax. Have you seen a single man above 70 relaxing? Never. At the most, you will be sitting with TV. Please be very clear. They can never sit with themselves. If they get somebody, they will start talking about their golden past. If they don't get anybody, they will be sitting with TV. Or the same old newspaper, from first line to last line, with a big with a big glass, they will be reading. They can't sit with themselves. I have seen in India, he would have been married, his sons would have been married, his daughters are married, his grandsons are also married. It's elderly people. But they will be sitting and reading the matrimonial column in the newspaper. They will be sitting and reading the matrimonial columns. Not for any purpose. Just because they can't sit with themselves. Man who can't sit with himself misses one of the major dimensions of his being. Continuously running, thinking that there is some purpose. Your whole being is conditioned for tension, conditioned for running. Ego means thinking that there is some purpose in the life. Ego is nothing but social conditioning which gives you the idea there is some purpose in life. Life has no purpose. Even if you achieve whatever you want, you can't take it with you. You can't take it with you. You can't carry even a single dollar. Nothing will come with you. There is no exchange offer. Please be very clear. If you give 45 rupees in India, you will have $1 here. But how much money you give here, you can't have a single rupee in heaven. No exchange counter. No exchange offer. Please be very clear. No exchange offer. Again, a small story. In some remote village, one guy was living. He told his 3 sons, he gave the property share to his 3 sons and told them, each one of you should put 1 lakh rupee in my coffin when I die. Please put 1 lakh rupee into my body, with my body, and bury me. All these 3 guys, they agree, yes, we will do, Father. One is accountant, another one is doctor, third one is lawyer. First guy comes after death, he says, I should be honest. Father has given me so much of property, I must be honest. He puts 1 lakh rupee. The second guy comes, he says, I also should be honest. Let me put my share. He puts his share, 1 lakh rupee. Third guy comes, he just puts 3 lakh rupee check and takes this 2 lakh rupee and says, let him encash this check there and spend. You can't carry anything. No check will be useful. Your money will not be useful. Nothing can be carried. As and now, this whole world looks in a 4 dimension. The moment you leave the body, the whole thing will become black and white. For example, as and now, the dream which you dreamt yesterday night, the dream looks like black and white, and this is real world. When you are dreaming, the dream looks like reality, and this has become black and white. Please be very clear. When you are dreaming, dream looks like reality, and this is black and white. When you are here, this looks like reality, and dream is black and white. But there is no scale to measure which is reality and which is dream. A small story. A great Zen master, enlightened master, one day early morning, he comes out of his bed And suddenly he starts weeping, crying. His disciples are asking, "What, Master? You are an enlightened man. How can you weep? Why are you weeping? What happened?" He says, "Yesterday night I dreamt that I have become butterfly." Disciples are laughing. "What is there? It's after all dream. Why are you weeping for that? It's after all a dream. Why do you bother? Forget about it." He says, No, now I have a big problem. Whether I dreamt that I have become butterfly, or that butterfly is dreaming that it has become a Zen master now. I don't know whether I dreamt that I have become butterfly, or that butterfly is dreaming now it has become Zen master. I don't know the truth. Please be very clear, there is no scale. There is no scale to prove whether Sapnavastha is Satya or Jakratavastha is Satya. Whether the dream is reality or what you think as reality is reality. You don't know. We don't know. Now, as and now, the whole thing looks like a 4D, 4-dimension. Now the 3D, no more 3D movies, 4D movies. The Universal Studio, they took me there. I went there, that Shrek 4D, that Shrek movie they showed. At the time of some scenes, not only we are with specs, if you see it's a 3D, they rock your chair also. And they sprinkle the water. And you really feel that it is happening around you. You really feel you are given the experience. That's what is the 4D. And now, as and now, when you are here, it looks as if it is a 4D. Dream looks like a black and white. But when you enter into the dream, this becomes black and white and that looks like 4D. Please be very clear, we don't know which is true, which is reality. You may be dreaming that you are sitting in a temple and listening to the Gita. We don't know. There is no scale with which we can measure and say it is dream or it is reality. People ask me, no, Swamiji, every day when we enter into the dream, we are not entering into the same dream. But every day when we come to the reality, we are coming back to the same reality. So with this scale we can say this is reality and that is dream. Please be very clear. In one night dream, you live even 20-year life. Am I right? In one night dream, don't you live the 20-year life? In the 20-year span, completely the 20 year is consistent. You are having the same dream. Be very clear, this whole life, this whole time which you think may be a part of one dream. This whole span which you are thinking can be part of one dream. So be very clear, there is no scale to prove which is reality and which is dream. When you leave the body, whatever you see, the whole thing will become black and white. And nothing can be carried. You can't take anything with you. You can't sign your check. You can't talk to your relatives. If you speak, they will run away. Of course, now also people run away when you speak, that is different. That time literally they will run away. Literally they will escape. And your car will not be useful anymore. When you are not able to take anything with you, what is the purpose of life? What is the purpose of life? The moment you understand life is purposeless, the moment you accept the beauty of purposelessness, you will realize the meaning of living. Life has no purpose, but it has meaning. Purpose is different, meaning is different. Purpose means the goal orientation. You always think about the goal. Running. Suddenly one day you just drop dead. The more you are goal oriented, more you will miss the life. Purpose is different and meaning is different. When I say the word meaning, living itself is a meaning. Come to this moment. Path itself is a life. Path itself is a meaningful thing. There is no such thing. In the end, you will be happy. You always postpone the joy. You always postpone the bliss. You always postpone living. Life is lived in a very superficial way because you think life has got purpose. Be very clear. Man who works just for salary, just for money, for him only the payment day will be beautiful day. He will be happy only on that one day. He is selling his 29 days for that one day. He is selling his 29 days just for the one day happiness. You are selling your life just for one day happiness. Please be very clear. Man who is running behind some goal will never be able to live the life happily. If you are working just for salary, you will never be able to experience the meaning of living. You will be able to run behind the purpose. I don't say don't take the salary, but let it not be the only goal. Let it not play major role in your consciousness. That is what Krishna says. That is what Krishna means. Karmanye vadigaraste mabaleshu kadachanaha. You can do only your duty. You have no right for fruits. If you think of fruit, you will lose the joy of living. You will lose the joy of living. The meaning of the living is experienced only when you understand the beauty of purposelessness. The beauty of purposelessness makes you realize the meaning of living. Beautiful sloka. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma baleshu kadachanaha ma karma bala hedurpur ma de sangosva karmani. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities and never be attached to not doing your duty. Two things we need to understand. One, he says, let your inner space be not contaminated by the purpose of life. Please understand, if your inner space is filled, when I say inner space, I mean your inner mind, your mind. When you close your eyes, what comes in your mind is inner space. If your inner space is filled with the purposes of life, be very clear, you are running behind something which will never give you fulfillment. Which will never give you fulfillment. He says, let your inner space be not disturbed, filled with purposes. One important thing you should understand. By nature, your inner space is filled with Atman. Your inner space is filled with bliss, eternal bliss. The more you fill your inner space with other furnitures, purposes, the more you empty your inner space from bliss. For example, this room is filled with space. The more you put furnitures, the space will leave this room. Please understand, this room is not empty. No place is empty. It is filled with space. It is filled with ether. This room is filled with ether. More number of furnitures you bring in, the ether will be taken away. Ether will be moved away. It will be less filled with ether. It will be less filled by air. Your inner space by nature is filled with bliss. The more furnitures you bring in means the purposes of life. The more you think life has got purpose, the more furnitures you will bring and arrange it. The more you furnish your inner space, less it will be blissful. In the outer place, if you furnish your home, it will look very nice. In the inner space, if you furnish your inner space, it will look very ugly. Don't furnish your inner space. Don't bring more furnitures into your inner space. Let your inner space be empty. Of course, it will never be empty, it will be filled with bliss. The more you create inner space, more your life will be blissful. More it will be ecstatic. More it will be joyful. Your inner space needs to be emptied. That is what Krishna means. Don't be attached to the results. Continuously, if you think about the money, you will never be able to perform your action completely. You will be always goal-oriented. You will never enjoy the path. Not enjoying the path is the greatest hell, worst hell which can happen to any human being. Please be very clear. People come and ask me, Swamiji, again and again you speak about dharma. Again and again Krishna says, Paritranaya sadhunam vinachaya dushkritam dharma samstavanarthaya sambhavami yuke yuke. I come down to save the innocent good people and to destroy the evil-minded people. Again and again Krishna says, you also say, dharma is the only thing to be practiced. But in our life we see people who are not living according to dharma. They are living more happily. They are having more property. They are having more wealth. How is it? Please be very clear. They may be having more property. They may be having more things in the outer place, but never think they are happy. Never think they are blissful. If somebody is not following dharma, means naturally why is not following the dharma? Ambition. Ambition is the thing which makes you to do all the mistakes, or all possible sins. Ambition is hell. Nothing else needs to be done. Please be very clear. Don't think you will do some mistake and go to the hell. No. We do mistakes because we are in hell. The very ambitiousness is hell. There is no need for a separate hell. Don't think we will reach to a separate place called hell in the end of the life. The very ambitiousness is hell. People do mistakes because they are in hell. If you are happy, blissful, you will never disturb others. If we are unhappy, naturally we will vomit that violence on others. Ambitiousness itself is hell. Because the very ambitiousness is enough punishment. You don't need to curse him, or you don't need to think that he should be punished. The very ambitiousness is punishment. Just because of that ambitiousness, he misses the whole life. You can easily miss the life by having a purpose for life. If you have the salary as a purpose, you will miss 29 days of your life just for one day. Just for the one day. If you work just for the sake of weekend, you will miss 5 days just for 2 days. Unless your life itself becomes joyful, unless your working itself becomes ecstasy, unless that itself becomes bliss, you cannot experience what Krishna says by this sloka, karmanye vadigaraste mabaleshu kadachanaha. Please be very clear. Even if you think you have the right for fruits, even if you acquire the fruits, what can you do? How long you think you will be able to carry that? Nothing. Nowhere it can come with you. And your life will not be fulfilled just by the purposes. Purpose can be fulfilled, but by purposes your life can never be fulfilled. In our life, please be very clear, when you carry purposes in your life, you are not living. Purposes are living through you, that's all. Young age, somebody teaches you some purpose. This is the purpose of your life. You should become a lawyer. You should become a doctor. You are given a purpose. That purpose is fulfilled through your life, but you will never feel fulfilled. Never do the mistake of thinking you will be fulfilled when your purpose is fulfilled. No. Your fulfillment is completely different from the fulfillment of purpose. If you want to feel the fulfillment, you have to work separately in a different direction. It's a total different achievement. It's a total different dimension of your life. Fulfilling your purpose cannot give you the fulfillment. If you want fulfillment of your being, listen here what Krishna is saying. Here Krishna starts the Karma Yoga. Na karmana manaramban naishkarmyam purushosnute na cha sannyasa deva siddhim samadhigacchati. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Beautiful. I think Krishna is the first and last master, as far as I know, because no statement can be ultimate truth. We can only say as far as I know. As far as I know, Krishna is the first and last master who declared the truth as it is. Two things. Always the people who are in the politics, people who are in the outer world, they know the characters or the truth or the techniques to achieve success in the outer world. People who are in the spiritual world, they know the techniques to achieve success in the spiritual world. But Krishna is both. Krishna is the only master who is enlightened man and a king. He knows how to give a technique to achieve the total success in the outer world and in the inner world. How to furnish your outer space and how to keep empty your inner space. That is the whole life. The whole Gita is only one idea. How to furnish your outer space to the ultimate luxury level. and how to keep your inner space to the ultimate blissful level. Keeping your inner space in a eternal bliss and keeping your outer space in ultimate luxury. Krishna is the only man who has produced formula for inner space and outer space together. You can't expect this from a Buddha, because Buddha has given up the outer space. He lived with just 3 pieces of dress, and he lived a life of a monk. So whatever he produces, whatever formula he creates, will lead you only to that state. But Krishna has lived like a king. Krishna has lived not like as a king. Only Krishna can give a practical instruction. Only Krishna can create a manual for practical spiritual living. All other masters, their manual is useful only for monks who are sitting in monasteries. Only Krishna's manual is useful for the people who are living the life. Here he says, not merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction. You can't achieve freedom from reaction by moving away from the work. I have seen one monk, he was considered as a great Paramahamsa because he will never get angry. His greatness is people thought he never gets angry. There is no need because he is sitting in Himalayas. He was sitting in Himalayas. People are there to give food for him every day. Morning somebody brings breakfast. Noontime somebody brings lunch. And night somebody brings dinner. Somebody gives him clothes. What is the need for getting angry? There is no need. He is respected because he never gets angry. Usually, human beings always respect if somebody does something which they can't do. If you want to become respectful, if you want to have the respect of the society, just do something which others can't do, that's all. Any foolishness. Of course, if you see this Guinness record on all these world records, there are so many foolish things which you can never imagine. Which you can never imagine. Do anything which others can't do, you will have the respect. So this person is considered to be a great person, great Paramahamsa, just because he never shouts at anybody. Of course, nobody thought there is no need. There is no need for him to become angry because he is sitting in Himalayas. Somehow, somebody inspired him. Master, let us go for a Kumbh Mela in Nasik. There is a Kumbh Mela program in Nasik. Let us go to that program for Kumbh Mela. Biggest gathering in the whole humanity happens in India. Every 4 years it happens. Every 4 years, biggest gathering in humanity happens in India. Not only spiritual gathering, biggest gathering. The other day, in TV I saw, leader of particular religion died. Some 2 million people gathered, 20 lakh people gathered. So many TVs are declaring this is the biggest religious gathering. I thought, what is happening? In my village, every year people, 20 million people, 2 million people gather. In my village, every year, for local festival, 2 million people gather. I was surprised. Even international news channels are saying world's biggest spiritual gathering. I was just surprised. Every 4 years in Kumbh Mela, 70 million people gather in India. 70 million. Last Kumbh Mela is attended by 70 million people. They convinced him to come to Kumbh Mela. After he came to Kumbh Mela, when he went back, all his disciples left him. Because when he came down from the Himalayas, when his routine was disturbed, only then people understood he can also shout at others. He can also get irritated. He also gets angry. Please be very clear. As long as the situation doesn't come, all are great saints. Everyone is saint till the opportunity is given. Till the opportunity is given. Only when the opportunity comes, you can judge whether he is real saint or escapist. Abstaining from work or moving away from work cannot give you the freedom from reaction. To have the freedom from reaction, your inner space needs to be purified. Your inner space should become empty. You need to remove the furnitures from inner space. Renouncing the furnitures in the outer world is not going to help you. Renouncing the furnitures from the inner world only is going to help you. The idea of purposes, thinking that life has got purpose, should be renounced. That is what he says. Just by renouncing, just by outer renunciation, perfection can never be achieved. Perfection can never be achieved. One more thing. If you renounce the outer world, the more you will be thinking about the outer world. If you renounce the outer world, more you will be thinking about the outer world. A small story. One enlightened master and his disciple, both of them are walking near a river. They are supposed to cross the river to go to their monastery, their ashram. On the way, young lady was standing. She wants to cross the river. She is afraid. She asked the enlightened master, "Master, can you help me to cross this river?" He said, "Why not? Please come." He just lifted her and crossed the river, left her and said bye and reached the ashram. The disciple was seeing the whole scene. He is not able to digest the whole scene. He is burning, maybe jealousy. He is not able to digest. After reaching the ashram, he is not able to control himself. He asked, "Master, you are a sannyasi. How can you touch a woman, that also young woman, and carry her throughout the river? How can you do that?" Master just turns, smiles at him and says, "I left her long ago. Why are you still carrying her? I left her there itself. Why are you carrying her still? Why are you bringing her here?" Please be very clear. Renouncing in the inner space or emptying your inner space is the real thing to be achieved. That is what Krishna says here. This sloka is straight away addressed to this disciple. Karmendriyani samyamya yaste manasa smaran indriyartan vimudatma mityacharasa uchyate. The meaning goes, one who restrains the senses of action but whose mind dwells on sense objects certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender and an hypocrite. A man who keeps his senses under control but who is not able to keep his inner space under control is called pretender, hypocrite. Please be very clear. The quality of your life will be judged only based on the quality of your inner space, not based on the quality of your outer space. When you leave your body and enter into your next life, nobody is going to see the accounts of what type of car you drove, in what type of house you lived, how much of bank balance you had. No, these accounts will not come with you. How you lived, how your inner space was there. What is the quality of your inner space when you lived? Only that you are going to carry. That is why they say, you are going to carry only the samskara, means the karma, the inner space with you, not the outer space. One more beautiful story from Ramakrishna. Who are all entering into the prostitute's house, what time they are entering, what time they are going out, how many are entering. He will keep all the counts because no other work, what to do? No other work. When you don't have any other work, you need to do something. You need to do something. Continuously keeps the accounts. How many are entering, what time they are entering, how much of time they are spending, whole thing. I think he's almost like a diary maintainer of that prostitute. He maintains a complete diary of who comes, who goes, who are the regular visitors, and who comes once in a while, rarely. Whole day is thinking about what's going on there. And that lady prostitute, she lives in a different way. She thinks, my life, my swadharma is this. This has been given to me as life. I don't know any other profession. I have to live only like this. For my food, I have to live this life. Oh Lord, but please save me. Let my mind and heart be at your feet. She is deeply devoted to God. Her inner space is filled with the divine. Her inner space is filled with God's name. Our inner space is filled with the divine love. Life goes, after some time, suddenly, unfortunately, both of them die in the same day. This monk and prostitute, both of them die in the same day. Story is beautiful. Both of them reach the Yamadharma's court for judgment. First, she comes, the prostitute comes. Yamadharma sees the list of sins and merits and he says, all right, don't worry. You lived throughout your life thinking of the divine. Go to the heaven. She is sent to the heaven. And the monk is coming. The moment monk comes, Yamadharma says, he sees the list of sin and merits, and he says, throughout your life, you thought about wrong things. So go to the hell. And this monk starts shouting, how dare you send me to hell? And you know he's a professional preacher, and you know he knows how to shout. He starts shouting, I'll sue you. Maybe he must be visiting America many times. Often. I'll sue you. He shouts. Yamadharma says, please relax. Here up in the heaven, we don't bother what you do. We bother how you live. See, by your body, through your body, you lived a pure life. Look at the planet Earth, how your body is respected. There, the monk saw, his body is respected like anything. All the people are falling at the feet of his body, and big garlands are offered. Big puja is done. It is being carried to big samadhi, and his body is receiving all the respect. Through body, you lived a pure life. Your body is now getting respect. But through mind, you lived an impure life. Now go to hell. Same way, she lived impure life through body. Look at her body. Nobody was there even to care. Because she is a prostitute, no husband, no sons. Nobody was there even to do last rites. Body is stinking. Just the government fellows came and they dragged that body and dumped it somewhere. See, through body she lived an impure life. Her body is suffering. But through mind she lived a pure life, divine life. She is going to the divine. It is more important with what you live in the mind. Your inner space is the real achievement. How your inner space is the real thing. Please be very clear. Again and again Krishna declares, Karmendriyani samyamya ya aste manasa smaran indriyartan vimudatma mitya saracha uchyate. If you can't clear your inner space, even if you control your body, even if you control your senses, you are called hypocrite. Your life will not be blissful life. Your life will not be a real life. Not only it will not be a spiritual life, it will not be life at all. Experience the meaning of living. Meaning of living is bliss, but there is no purpose. The more you think about purposes, more you will create worries, more you will try to squeeze maximum from life. But when you try to squeeze maximum from life, life is much more intelligent than you. Please be very clear. Life is much more intelligent than you. When you try to squeeze maximum from life, it just slips away through your fingers. Life is like a river. If you put your hands in the river and keep it open, it will always be there in your hand. But if you try to catch it, If you try to hold, you will have only empty hand. You will have only empty hand. Life is a flowing river. If you just allow it to happen, it will continuously flow in you. The moment you try to catch it, the moment you try to possess it, you will have only empty hands. You will not be able to have the life itself. You will not be able to have the very life. Be very clear. The moment you understand life is purposelessness, the purposelessness of life, you start experiencing the meaning of living, the bliss. The moment you drop the goal, very path itself becomes beautiful. Your whole life will become beautiful. Your whole life will become ecstasy. Nothing to achieve separately. The whole thing is purposeless. The moment you experience in your inner space that nothing is going to be with you permanently, or nothing is permanent, the moment you understand that, a deep healing, a deep cooling breeze enters into your consciousness. Your whole inner space will be healed. You have so many thousands of wounds in your inner space. Wounds created by your own desires. Wounds created by your failures. Wounds created by others. Wounds created by your near and dear ones. All these wounds will be healed with this single one medicine. I can say single one meditation. It is not medication, meditation. This one meditation of understanding life is purposeless. This one meditation of realizing whatever you achieve, it is just nothing. Nothing is going to be with you. The Alexander, the so-called great, I don't want to say he's great, that is why so-called great. Fool who did so many murders cannot be called as great. Please be very clear. Never teach, at least to your kids, the Alexander is great. Then you are inspiring them to do murders. Then you are inspiring them to enter into the wars. Unconsciously you are putting all these ideals in front of them. Never do that. The Alexander, the so-called great. Of course, he did one good thing. Unfortunately or fortunately, he met one enlightened master in India. We can say unfortunately only, because this guy don't know how to respect him. He met that enlightened person. Somehow, he got the idea from his guru, bring one enlightened master from India and Vedas from India, I will change the whole society. So this guy decided he will take at least one enlightened person from India. Somehow he got the chance to meet one enlightened person. He invites him, please come to our country. The master just laughs. No, I don't want to come anywhere. I want to be here only. He says, no, please come, I will give you a big palace. Here you are lying like a beggar, without even clothes, without even having enough clothes. Please come there. I will give you a big palace and all the comforts. He just laughs. He says, no, I am quite happy here. I don't want to come. You know, the kings, what is the next step they will take? First, through greed he tried. Because it did not work, he wanted to try through fear. He just took his sword out. If you are not ready to come, you will be killed. Just in front of the naked sword. This master is laughing. Please be very clear, laughing now is very difficult. Now, laughing now is very easy. But laughing in front of an naked sword is very difficult. And especially person who is holding is a king. If he kills, there is nobody to question. There is nobody to question. But in front of the naked sword, he is laughing. He says, fool, you are a great liar. He just says, he straight away looks into the eyes of Alexander. The master looks into the eyes of Alexander and says, fool, you are a great liar. First time Alexander is shaken. First time he was shaken. He says, are you not afraid? Master says, you can never kill me. You may destroy this body. You cannot kill me. The courage or the confidence of experience, the courage which is expressed by the spiritual experience, what we studied in Gita, Nainam Chindanti Sastrani, Nainam Dagati Pavakaha, it has become experience. Atman cannot be killed, Atman cannot be destroyed, it cannot be burned. It has become experience for him. That is why the courage and the confidence. He just laughs. Slowly Alexander starts thinking, if he can laugh in front of my naked sword, how courageous he must be. First time he was shaken because he has never seen anybody who can laugh in front of naked sword, who can laugh in front of death. Even he is afraid. Please be very clear. All so-called great warriors are deep cowards. They kill others before they are killed. That's all. Continuously they are afraid of death. That is why they kill others. Be very clear. Warriors are the worst cowards. Just to hide their cowardness or to escape from the fear, they start killing others. He was totally shaken. He was shocked to see the courage of this master. Then he asked him, please tell me something. How you are so courageous, bold. Then master asks, why did you come to India? Alexander says, to conquer India. After that, what are you going to do? I will conquer the next country. After that, what are you going to do? I will conquer the next country. After that, I will conquer the whole world. After that, I will relax and enjoy. Master says, fool, that is what I am doing now. Don't you see? That is what I am doing now. The same thing I am doing now. Part 4, you need to go around and conquer the whole world to relax and enjoy. That is what I am doing now. Only a man who understood the purposelessness of life can relax and enjoy. I think this master gave a glimpse of the truth to Alexander. That is why Alexander says to his ministers, after my death, when you carry my dead body, please keep my hands out. Please keep my open hands out. Let people know even the Alexander did not carry anything with him. Even Alexander did not carry anything with him. This story is a beautiful story. You need to understand 3 things. First thing, the courage and the confidence radiated by an enlightened person. Next thing, the purposelessness of our running. What for Alexander is running? To relax and enjoy. And this master is already doing the same thing. Third thing, we are not going to carry anything in our life. we are not going to carry anything in our life. Please be very clear. Even if the whole world worships you as a king, it is pure foolishness, nothing else. Two things. Mad people also claim they are king. People who are sitting in the throne, they also claim they are kings. Why somebody is put in the asylum or somebody is respected? If this guy is cunning enough to convince others to believe what he says, he is respected and made to sit in throne. People who are innocent, people who are not so cunning, people who are not able to frighten others to believe what they are saying, they are put in the asylum, that's all. Otherwise, there is no difference between a person who is sitting in the asylum and claiming he is a king and a person who is sitting in a throne and claiming he is a king. Person who is sitting in a throne and claiming he is a king, he is cunning, or somehow he is able to torture the people or threaten the people, frighten the people to believe what he says. The person who is sitting in asylum, he doesn't have that much of cunningness, that's all. In existence, there is no mad person, there is no king. Both are one and the same. The person who has got enough of courage or enough of capacity to frighten the others, who can make others believe what he says is truth, he sits in the throne. Who doesn't have that much of cunningness, he is in the asylum. Small story. One guy suddenly started thinking, not only thinking, started claiming he is Jawaharlal Nehru in India. That time Jawaharlal Nehru was the president, was the prime minister. He was the prime minister of India. He started claiming he is Jawaharlal Nehru. He just starts claiming it's okay. He started dressing. That is also okay. He started writing letters to all officials and started signing like Jawaharlal Nehru. Anyhow, naturally, he was taken to asylum. 6 months he was treated. After all the treatment, he started behaving almost normal. Doctor said, I think now he can be discharged. The day he was about to be released, fortunately or unfortunately, Jawaharlal Nehru himself visited the asylum. He himself came to the asylum as a visit. They brought this patient to Nehru and introduced, sir, he is the person who started claiming he is Jawaharlal Nehru. After the formal introduction, this patient, he asked Nehru, who are you? Nehru said, I am Jawaharlal Nehru. The patient said, please be here for 6 months, they will make you all right. Don't worry, be here for 6 months, they will make you all right. You will become all right. Understand, there is no difference between these two. Somehow one is able to convince others what he is speaking is truth. The other one is not able to convince, that's all. There is no other big difference. In existence, there are no boundaries. In existence, there is no post. The person who thinks or who can convince others in a cunning way, he becomes king. Even if you become king, that doesn't fulfill anything. That doesn't give you anything. Never think having the outer space or having comforts in the outer world will give you inner fulfillment. Never. Never it will give. All developed countries are filled with depression. All developed countries are filled with depression. They have best roads, best dams, best bridges, best infrastructure, but people are depressed. But people are depressed. All developed countries are drowning in depression. Never think the outer space will give you the inner space. Inner space, if you want the inner space, if you want to achieve the inner space, you need to work for inner space. You need to understand the dynamics of inner space. You need to understand the technology of inner space. Here, Krishna is giving you the technology of inner space. Let me give you a small diagram, then we will enter into the next sutra, next sloka. How we work or how our mind moves. This is your being. Material life is a horizontal line, and vertical life is a vertical line is a spiritual life. Continuously, always we fight or we try to choose something. You continuously bother whether to choose the horizontal line or vertical line, whether to go in this path or in this path. We are always stuck somewhere here or somewhere here. You try to move, you are caught in the dilemma, whether to go to this end or that end. Mind is dilemma. Mind is nothing but dilemma. Whatever path you choose, whether the material life or spiritual life, you will always feel you are missing the other part. You will continuously feel you are missing something. One important thing, as long as you think your mind, as long as you live with a mind, you will have this problem of material life and spiritual life. But if you can just drop into the being, if you can just forget about the goal which is here, this is the purpose. You are continuously running towards it. The running towards the purpose. Running towards the purpose. One more thing. Just like you have goals in the material life, people have got goals in the spiritual life also. There are so many people who wants, I should meditate for 7 hours. I should become enlightened. I should become that. I should do this. I should be that. Please be very clear. Goal in the material life and goal in the spiritual life both make you mad. If you want to become mad, Continuously think of any goal. Straight way to become mad. Nothing else needs to be done. Simple technique to become mad is remember about some goals. The more you are bothered about goals, you will not be able to live the path. For example, a teacher, if he is continuously bothered about salary, he will never be able to see the faces of students. You will be seeing only the face which is printed in the dollar bill. You will never be able to see the face of the student. Same way, the man who is caught in the goal will never be able to live the life. Man who is continuously bothering, thinking about the goal, will never be able to enjoy the simple things which is around him. He can't smile at a flower. He can't stop to see the nature. He can't live anything. He will be continuously running behind the printed paper, dollar bill, which has no value basically. The money is nothing but utility. We run behind the utility. We run behind things for something. We achieve things, but we never achieve what for we want to achieve. The man who is running behind the goal, running behind the material goal, he will always feel he is missing the spiritual goal. One more basic secret. Understand, all rich community will always go to spiritual masters. All rich community, invariably, they will always go to the spiritual masters. Because deep guilt is there inside them that they are missing spirituality. All rich communities will always go and will always have strong gurus. See, in every society, if the community is rich means they will have strong gurus. Because deep guilt is there that they are missing spirituality. They are missing spirituality. Same way, the person who took this choice will always be running behind rich man. The person who took this choice will always be running behind rich man, will always be behind the rich man. And the person who took this choice will always be running behind this man. It is both fulfilling each other. This guy wants to fulfill the other person is trying to fulfill this person. Please be very clear. That is why the so-called religious men or the so-called rich men, both are always trying to be together. You can always see these two will be together because this guy needs him and this guy needs him. Both are feeling they are missing the other. This guy feels he is missing this and this guy feels he is missing this. Both are trying to fulfill each other cerebrally. His ideal is fulfilled by him. His ideal is fulfilled by him. The person who took this choice, he feels if these rich men are around him, what he is missing will be fulfilled. Same way, the person who took this choice, he feels if he goes to the spiritual man, a religious man, he will be fulfilled. Both are helping each other. Both are helping each other. The man who realizes the purposelessness of this goal, the purposelessness of the running, he just falls back into his being. If you realize whatever you kept as purpose or the goal in your life, it is purposeless, it is useless. The moment you realize, the moment the glamour is gone, the moment the inspiration or which makes I can't say it is inspiration, it's just a perspiration. Because it continuously makes you perspire. The moment the purpose is gone, the moment the respect for the purpose is gone in your life, you simply fall into your being. One important thing, the moment you fall into your being, you explode. Not only you start flowing in the direction of horizontal and vertical line, you explode in 360 degree in all dimensions. Whatever you can imagine and what you can't imagine, you start exploding in all the directions. Only then you become multi-dimensional being. A man who has fallen into his being means who has dropped the goals, who understood the purposelessness of existence, who has realized, who tasted the beauty of purposelessness. He falls into his being, into his Atman, and he explodes into 360 degree in all dimensions. He starts experiencing the ultimate bliss of spiritual life and ultimate happiness of material life and something more. Only he enters into the eternal bliss, Krishna consciousness. As long as you are caught with this goal or this goal in the material life or goal in the spiritual life, you travel only in that line because you think you are body or mind. More you are caught with a purpose, the more you will think you are body or mind. The moment you realize the purposelessness, you straight away fall into the abyss of your being. You experience your Atman, you relax, your inner wounds are healed. The first inner wound is thinking yourself as body and mind. That is the original sin. Please be very clear. The original sin is thinking yourself as body and mind. Don't think Adam eating apple is the original sin. No. Why should we suffer for his sin? Why should we suffer for his sin? Surely we don't have to suffer for his sin. The original sin is not Adam eating apple. It is you thinking yourself as body or mind. When you have the purpose, when you think of the purpose of the life, you think you are body or mind. When you realize the purposelessness, you just drop into your being. The moment you drop into your being, you explode. Your inner wounds are healed. Understand this one thing. If you can understand this one thing, this moment you can become enlightened. Actually, any single individual to become enlightened, you don't need whole Gita. Single sloka is enough. Single Gita sloka is enough to make any individual enlightened. Why I am speaking on all the slokas? Because there are so many different kinds of individuals. This is a key for different individuals. That is the reason I am explaining all the slokas. If you can fall in yourself, just look into yourself and understand this one sloka for yourself, not for going and explaining to your wife, not for going and explaining to your mother-in-law, not for going and explaining to your friend, not for going and explaining to somebody else. Please be very clear. Whenever I speak, understand I am speaking to you. Don't prepare notes in your mind to go and repeat it to somebody else. When you prepare notes, I should go and tell this to my friend. I should go and tell this to my husband. When you prepare notes mentally to go and repeat it to somebody, you will miss experiencing it. Just allow this one idea to work on you. The purposelessness of life. You can just close your eyes and think, contemplate 2-3 minutes, few moments. Really, what is the purpose of my life? What for I am doing what I am doing? Where am I going? What is happening? Just if your inner eye opens, if your inner space understands the beauty of purposelessness, that is enough. You will fall into your being. When you fall into your being, you explode into 360 degree. In all dimensions, you explode. You experience totally different kind of material life and totally different kind of spiritual life. As on now, you can neither experience spiritual life nor experience material life. Because when you are here, you are looking there. When you are there, you are looking here. You can never experience anything in a solid way. Your mind is not with your body. You are not living inside your boundary. Always the other side of the bank looks greener. Always something else is calling you. Only when you experience the beauty of purposelessness, you will be able to understand what Krishna says throughout the Karma Yoga. Please take few minutes, close your eyes and look into yourself. Sincerely ask yourself, let this understanding work on you. Let this idea sink into your being. Honestly ask why you are doing what you are doing, where you are going, what do you think as the purpose. Take few minutes and look. Whatever you think as purpose, even if you achieve, it is not going to be with you. It is not going to stay with you. The beauty of the whole existence is purposeless. Let this one idea sink in your being. Let this go deep into your inner space. Let it do its alchemy on you. Relax. Understand this one thing. Just understanding this one single idea can transform your whole way of thinking, can transform your whole way of working, can transform your whole way of living. When you understand there is no purpose in totality, you will start enjoying every single moment. You will start living intensely every single inch. Every moment will become meaningful. When you think as a whole, there is a purpose, every single moment will lose its meaning. If you think your whole 30 days of working is worth of $100,000 or $50,000, you will judge your 1 month only as a $50,000. Please be very clear. Your life is not $50,000 worth. For example, you think that 1 month of your life is $50,000. So if you calculate your whole life, it may come for some 10 million or 20 million or even 100 million. Suddenly somebody says, I will give you 100 million, give you your life. Will you be able to give up? Logically, this is the way you are calculating and working. This is the way we are calculating and working. We are ready to sell our mind. We are ready to sell our moments, ready to sell our inner space, calculating the value of our life. Logically, you fix a rate for your life. Once you fix the rate, only the rate is in your inner space. You forget that doing the work itself or living itself is beautiful. If you think the whole has got purpose, the part loses the meaning. Understand, as a whole, the whole has no purpose. The moment you realize the whole has no purpose, the part will become meaningful. Your very living, every day itself will become beautiful. Every day your life, you are living, you are sitting, you are walking, you are standing, everything is joyful experience. That is why they say that Satchit Ananda means bliss of very existence. Your very existence is blissful. You don't have to think, in the end you will have the bliss. No. Your very existence is blissful. The moment you drop the goal, your path becomes blissful. The moment you realize the beauty of purposelessness, your very existence becomes meaningful. The meaning of existence is bliss, eternal bliss, Nitya Ananda. The next sloka says, Nahi gachit shanamapi jadu dishtatya karma kriti karya dehyava sakkarma sarva prakriti jair gunai. Nahi gachit shanamapi jadu dishtatya karma kriti karya dehyava sakkarma sarva prakriti jair gunai. Everyone is forced to act helplessly according to the qualities he has acquired from the modes of material nature. Therefore, no one can refrain from doing something, not even for a moment. Usually people ask me, Swamiji, if you say that life is purposeless, why should we work? Let us lie down. Who will give me food? I tell you, you can never lie down. You may lie down for next 4 or 5 days because you will always go to this extreme. Now the pendulum is in this extreme. If you take the hand, it will go to this extreme. Maximum 1 week you will be able to lie down. After that, you can't lie down. By your very nature, you will start doing the work. By your very nature, you will start doing the work. All I mean when I say life is purposeless, I am not asking you to just lie down in your home. I am asking, let your body and mind work without disturbing your inner space. You don't have to sell your inner space to have outer place. You don't have to sell your inner bliss to have outer comforts. By very nature, here Krishna gives the assurance. By your very nature, your body and mind will work. Just if you keep quiet, that is enough, they will function beautifully. Somebody came and asked me, Swamiji, to do right thing, what should I do? How should I keep my mind to do right thing? I told him, just keep quiet. Automatically your body and mind will do the right thing. Just if you get out of your system, that's enough. Divine will get in. All we need to do is just get out. Divine will get in. By nature, he says, Prakriti Jair Gunai. By very nature, your body and mind knows the right thing. But you never trust your body and mind. You never trust your body and mind. You always trust your ego, which finally dumps you in the dustbin. But you never trust the body and mind. Be very clear. Your body and mind by nature will do the work. All you need to do is keep quiet, relax from your ego. Don't think your inner space is needed for the outer work. The person who understood what is Nitya and what is Anitya, the person who understands what is eternal and what is ephemeral and relaxes into the eternal is always in eternal consciousness. He always resides in Nitya Ananda. Krishna says, a man who relaxes into Nitya Ananda and does his job, does his work, he is Karma Yogi. Just relax into your inner space. Automatically you will be guided. You will be guided. We always think, if I relax in my mind, thinking that life is purposeless, how will I know which is right and which is wrong, Swamiji? How will I know which is right and which is wrong? Please be very clear. The more you worry about which is right and wrong, you will not do any mistake. You will commit blunders. The person who worries which is right and which is wrong continuously will commit only blunders. He will never commit mistakes. The person who doesn't worry, who never bothers, he may do small mistakes. But the person who continuously worries will never do small mistakes, he will commit big blunders. And I tell you, to take this jump of not worrying needs courage. Even if you do one or two mistakes, what is the wrong? Taking the risk and jumping and start living without worrying is what I call dhiratva, courage. Courage of entering into the spiritual life. When you take the jump, you will do naturally one or two small mistakes. Don't worry. Putting up with that mistake is what I call tapascharya. Tapas. Tapas is nothing but accepting the small mistakes which you do when the conscious transition happens in your being. When you move from ephemeral consciousness to eternal consciousness, when you move from worry to bliss, when you move from asatya to satya, you will do one or two mistakes. You will fall and rise, just like a small child when he tries to walk. It will always fall once or twice. Just because of that, can you say, don't start walking? No. Even if it does one or two small mistakes, it has to stand up and start walking. That one or two small mistakes, once or twice falling and trying to stand up, is what is tapas done to learn how to walk. Same way, when you start living without mind, in the initial level, you may commit one or two mistakes. Don't worry. That is tapascharya. That is tapas. Have courage and just enter into the zone of no mind. Enter into the zone of eternal consciousness. Simply start living. Realize the purposelessness of the existence. Decide, today onwards, I will live without worrying. Because life is too small to be spent in worrying. Life is too small to be spent in worrying. Life is too short to be spent in worrying. So never bother, never worry about your goals. Just drop the goals. The moment you understand the beauty of purposelessness, all the wounds which you have created in your inner space will be healed. You will fall into the abyss of eternal bliss. Next, Krishna says, this is one of the important point, one more point, he clarifies. Ye me madamidam nityam anudishtanti manava Shraddhavanto nasuyanto muchyante bikarmabi. The translation goes, those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions and who follow this teaching faithfully without envy become free from the bondage of fruitive actions. Here you need to understand two things. He says, according to my injunctions, means when you enter into your being, whatever your being says is Krishna's words. When he says my injunction, he means the injunction from Atman. Injunction from the being, the Paramatman. When you drop the goals and fall into your being, you will be straight away guided by the divine. You will be guided by the nature. You will be guided by God himself. You will become an instrument in his hand. If you become hollow bamboo without any blockage inside, you will become a flute in the hands of Krishna. Dropping your purposes or dropping your ego is what I call becoming a hollow bamboo. If you become a hollow bamboo, you will become flute in the hands of Krishna. If you are a solid bamboo, you will be used only to carry dead bodies. In India, solid bamboos are used only to carry the dead bodies. Same way, if you drop the ego and fall into the being, you will become instrument in the hands of divine. You will become a divine flute. When you become flute, the air which enters into you comes out as a music. Same way, when you become an instrument in the divine's hand, the air which enters into you comes out as a shastra or mantra or the music. Whatever comes out of you becomes divine. Your words become mantra. Your actions become tantra. Your form is yantra. The moment you drop the ego, your words become mantra to guide people. Your form becomes yantra to be meditated on. Your actions become tantra, technique to realize the Atman. You become divine. If you carry your ego just like a solid bamboo is used only to carry dead bodies. You will also be carrying this dead body. You will also be carrying this dead body. Now it is up to you whether to become hollow bamboo and become a flute in the hands of Krishna, or to be a solid bamboo and carry the dead bodies to smashana. If you drop into your being, you will become an enlightened being. You will become an instrument in the hands of the divine. Your words will become mantra. Your form will become yantra. your actions will become tantra. Instead, if you decide to carry your ego, you will be carrying this dead body wherever you go. Here, he says, those persons who execute their duties according to my injunctions, according to your inner consciousness. Please be very clear. As long as you carry the goal of the society, the purposes conditioned on you by the society, you will be carrying conscience. The moment you drop the social conditioning, the purposes taught to you by society, you will start living with consciousness. Social conscience is different and spiritual consciousness is different. If you live with goals, you will carry the social conscience in your life. If you realize the beauty of purposelessness, you will carry the spiritual consciousness in your life. The man who lives according to his consciousness, believing, having shraddha towards these teachings. Why Krishna is demanding shraddha? Here is the first place where Krishna says shraddha, faithfully. Why? Shraddhavanto nasuyanto. He says, of course, the word shraddha cannot be translated as faith. Faith is a very poor word for shraddha. Please forgive me, I have to tell the truth. In English, there is no word for shraddha exists because the very idea of shraddha never existed. Let me be clear. The very idea of shraddha never existed here. That is why the equivalent word for shraddha doesn't exist. Shraddha does not mean faith. Shraddha means faith plus courage to execute that idea. Courage to experiment with that idea is shraddha. Courage to experiment that idea is what is shraddha. Here Krishna says, Shraddha vanto nasuyanto. Man who executes these teachings with shraddha, courage to follow. Why we need courage to follow? A small story. One born blind man goes to a doctor and asks, Doctor, will you help me to have my eyes? Doctor says, don't worry, I'll do some operation, you will have your eyes, after that you can walk without that stick. The blind people, they always carry a stick to feel the road. You can walk without that stick. Now the blind man asks, Doctor, I understand you will do an operation. I understand I will have my eyes back. But I don't understand, how can I walk without stick? How can I walk without stick? By and by, the blind man forgot the stick is from outside. He started thinking, stick is necessary even for walking. But till the operation, till he gets his eyes, he has to have shraddha towards the doctor's words and lie down in the operation table. Same way, I tell you, just live without mind, just live without purposes and goals. You will be able to walk without stick. Stick is worrying. But you can never think you can live without worrying. By and by, worrying has become your part. So we can never imagine we can also survive, we can be alive without worrying. When I say you can live without worrying, you say, no, Swamiji, how can it be possible? If I don't worry, what will happen to my children? What will happen to my house? What will happen to my wife? What will happen to my family? What will happen to my property? What will happen to my lawsuits? Please be very clear. Never think because of you, your life is going smoothly. In spite of you, it is going smoothly. Understand? Never your life is going smoothly because of you. In spite of you, it is going smoothly. The moment you have the courage to have Shraddha to these teachings and start living, dropping the purposes, only then you will realize you don't need stick to walk. You don't need stick to walk. Once you enter into the being, the depth of your being, you will enter into a totally different dimension. Whatever now you think as spiritual life or material life, both will lose its meaning. You will enter into a new dimension of life. For example, can you explain for a 4-year-old small child the life of marriage? Can you explain what is life to a 4-year-old child? You can't. He can't understand. But he can understand only toys. He can understand only dolls. He can only play with toys. Once he reaches the age of 25, naturally he will be able to understand what is life. Automatically toys and dolls will drop him. Do you feel that you are missing your toys? Do you feel that you renounced your toys? No. The moment you grow, you start experiencing the different dimension of your life. When you experience a different dimension of your life, automatically the small things drops you, and you drop them, they drop you. Not even you dropping them is important. They dropping you is important. You dropping smoking is not important. Smoking dropping you is important. When you enter into your being, when you enter into the purposelessness of life, the whole so-called material life and spiritual life drops you, and you enter into a different dimension of life, a new dimension. That is what I call quantum spirituality or eternal consciousness. You reach the eternal bliss. You start living in eternal bliss. Now you may have a serious doubt. How can I walk? How can I live without worrying? I tell you, your doubt is nothing but the same doubt this blind man is asking. How can I walk without stick? You cannot convince that blind man you can walk without stick till he gets the eyes. Only after he gets the eyes, he will be able to understand he doesn't need stick to walk. Same way, only when you reach the being, you will understand you don't need worries to live. You don't need mind. You don't need worrying mood to live. Till you reach the being, you need to have Shraddha. Till you get your eyes, you need to have Shraddha and lie down in the operation table. You need to allow the doctor to work on you. That is the reason Krishna is asking, Shraddha vanto nasuyanto. Next word, beautiful word. Anasuyanto means without envy. This is an important thing. Whatever I said, every one of us are able to understand. It's really great, Swamiji. What you said is right. But suddenly the moment one thought comes, my brother has purchased 2 houses. My sister is getting new big car. How can I live just like this? The moment you get some thought, he is having that, he is having this, what happens? All your spirituality, all your purposelessness, all your spiritual philosophy, everything just disappears. You are again on the same rat race. He says, without envy. Envy is the thing which puts you again in that same rut. In the same rut. One great problem in the rat race is, even if you win, you are a rat. Even if you win, you are a rat. Nothing more than that. Please be very clear. The moment envy, jealous enters into your being, whole thing disappears. You start again running into the social conditioning. You start running behind the purposes. You start running behind the goals. Envy or jealousy is the thing which makes you run like a rat. Run like a rat. There's a beautiful, another one idea in Tantra. Maya Shakti. This Maya makes us all dance just with this one stick called jealousy. Have you seen the monkey charmers in India? The roadside, they will do a small show with monkeys. They will have a small stick. They will just rotate that stick and shout, Araram, Araram, Araram. They will just say, give the instructions to that monkey. According to their instruction, that monkey will do everything. With this stick, they will make the monkey dance. With a small stick, they will make the monkey to dance and do whatever they want. Same way, the Maya Shakti is making you run as she wants, just with one stick called jealousy, envy, comparison. The moment you compare, you just again jump into the same path, same rut, same routine, which I call the purpose life. Then you became karmi, not karma yogi. Man who lives in the eternal consciousness, Nithyananda, and allows his body and mind to work according to its nature, is centered on eternal consciousness. He is called karma yogi. But the man, out of jealousy, out of envy, out of comparison, who enters into the social conditioning, social rut, the same routine of rat race, is called karmi. The difference between karmi and the karma yogi is only one thing. The man who is driven by jealousy is karmi. The man who allows the eternal consciousness to drive him is called karma yogi. All you need to understand is only this one word: without envy, anasuyanto, without jealousy. The moment you start thinking, oh, he is having all those things, he is having all those things, you become mad. If a neighbor brings AC into his house, your house temperature increases. Your house temperature increases. One more thing, when we do things out of comparison, we do all foolish things. Our intelligence stops working. Our intelligence completely stops working. Small story. A priest and a rabbi, they were staying opposite to each other. Not only they were staying opposite to each other, they are opposite to each other. If a priest brings rose garden to his house, within 24 hours, rabbi will bring new rose garden. If a rabbi paints his house in white, within 24 hours, priest's house also will be painted in white. Suddenly one day, in front of Rabbi's house, a new Mercedes Benz was standing. This is too much for priest. Somehow he did something. Within 24 hours, not only he brought the Rolls Royce, he started sprinkling some holy water on it. Rabbi saw from his house and asked, "Hey, what happened to you? You have got the new Rolls Royce, it's okay. But till yesterday you were all right. Why today morning you started sprinkling water on the car? Why you started sprinkling water on the car?" Priest says, "I am a religious person. I cannot travel in a car which is not Christian. So I am baptizing it. I am baptizing it." Now the rabbi is in a big trouble. What to do? That day evening, he is seen cutting the exhaust pipe of the Benz with AXA frame. If you understand, understand. If you have not understood, ask the people who are laughing. To make the car, to convert the car into Jew. That day evening, Rabbi started cutting the exhaust pipe with AXA frame. If you do things out of jealous, out of enviousness, out of comparison, we will end up only doing this type of foolish things. Intelligence will stop working. When you start comparing, intelligence stops working. Please understand, every one of you are unique. There is no need to compare. There is no need to compare with other person. You are unique. The main problem is you compare only with the nearest persons. 5 inch up and 5 inch low. Only with that persons you compare. You don't compare yourself with Bill Gates, do you? If you compare, even God cannot save you. That is different. You don't. You compare only with your neighbor. You compare only with your colleague. You compare only with your brother. You compare only with your sister. The problem is not even failure. Your worry about the failure is the problem. That is why you don't compare with the unreachable goals. You compare only reachable goals. You compare only with immediate persons. Understand, this comparison is what is driving you crazy. Again and again and again brings the whole social conditioning on you and eats away your whole life. Your whole life is eaten away by this one maya called comparison. Your whole joy, ecstasy, bliss, the very bliss or the ecstasy of living is swallowed by this one maya called comparison. How the whole thing is swallowed at the time of pralaya by the ocean. Same way, just this one concept, comparison, one idea, envy and jealousy swallows your whole life, which has no existence. Two things. There is something called comparative reality and something called existential reality. If you build your life based on the existential reality, you will never suffer. If you build your mind on comparative reality, you will be continuously suffering even at the time of death. Not only at the time of death, even after death. Don't build your inner space on comparative reality. Let your inner space be built on existential reality. Let you accept the life as it is. If you build your life on existential reality, you will live your life blissfully in eternal consciousness as karma yogi. Small story. One guy comes to the bar with a big smile, big grin is in his face, and asks the bartender to serve drink for the whole house freely. Give drink for everybody, I'll pay you. Bartender serves and asks, it's so nice, I'm very happy, you did a good thing for everybody. May I know why you did this? He said, I am very happy today. I have grown taller than my younger brother. I have become taller than my younger brother. My younger brother used to be taller than me. So always people tease, you are elder or he is elder. So I had a problem. Today I have grown taller than my younger brother. And younger brother taller than you is really problem. If your elder brother taller than you, it can be at least tolerated. Younger brother taller than you is too much. Today I have become taller than him. He asks, how? In this age, how suddenly you have grown and become taller than him? No, I have not grown. He met with accident, his both legs have been amputated. When you compare, when we live with jealousy, when our life is based on comparative reality, please be very clear, we end up only in this type of things. Let your inner space be built on existential reality, not on comparative reality. So, next, Krishna says, beautiful thing. Tasmadasaktas sadatam karyam karma samachara asakto hyacharan karma paramapnodi purushaha. Therefore, one should do his duty without being desirous to the rewards of action, for by working without attachment, one attains the supreme. The whole essence of karma yoga. So understand, because of all these reasons, drop your attachment to the purpose, drop your attachment to the goal, and live the happy life, live the life blissfully. You will achieve the supreme. Tasmad asakta sadadam karyam karma samachara asakto hyacharan karma paramapnodi purushaha. He says, you will achieve the supreme. You will achieve the eternal consciousness, Nithya Ananda. So, let us pray to the ultimate divine, Parabrahma Krishna, to make us all understand his great message, to make us all imbibe him in our being. Let him guide us, let him make us experience the eternal consciousness, eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudham Devam Kamsa Chanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishna Jagadgurum. Thank you. तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. प्रतिबोधितां भगवतां नारायणेन स्वयं व्यासेन ग्रथितां पुराणमुनिनां मध्ये महाभारतम् अद्वैतामृतवर्षिणीं भगवतीम् अष्टादशाध्यायिनीम् अम्बत्वा मनुसन्ददामि भगवद्गीते भवद्वेषिणीम्. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Fourth chapter of the Gita starts with a beautiful sloka. Imam vivasvate yogam proktavanahamavyayam vivasvan manave praham manurikshvagamapravit. Imam vivasvate yogam proktavanahamavyayam vivasvan manave praham manurikshvagavipravit. The translation goes, Lord Sri Krishna says, I instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god Vivasvan, and Vivasvan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu in turn instructed it to Ishvagu. We need to understand, Krishna is just 32-year-old when he gives this statement. He is just 32-year-old. Physically, his body is only 32-year-old. But he says, I gave this knowledge to Surya, to sun god. Of course, very difficult to understand. With logic, you cannot understand this statement. With ordinary logic, which you are using in your daily life, you cannot make any meaning out of this statement. And he goes on. The next statement says, Evam parampara praptamimam rajarshayo viduhu sakale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapaha. The supreme science was thus received through the chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in course of time, the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it appears to be lost. The science as it is appears to be lost. These two slokas should be understood. First thing, the truth is not new. It is eternal. it is neither new nor old. It is eternal. Eternal means it is there forever. It never becomes old. It is never new. Eternal means beyond time. Anything which can be described based on the time, only those things can be said as new or old. Anything new will become old one day. Anything old was new at some day. Eternal means it is beyond new and old. It is there from time immemorial, but it has never become old. That is what meant by the word eternal. Here, the science of enlightenment is eternal, Nithya. It is neither new nor old. The science which we learned yesterday, or the science which is going to explain further. Yesterday he gave the first glimpse, the first thing to be understood. That's the first glimpse. First glimpse. If you allow those words to penetrate you, if you open yourself to those words, straight away those words can give you the first glimpse of enlightenment. They can lead you to the first step of ultimate liberation. Understanding the purposelessness of life, all the stress, pressure, load, whether it is physical or mental, will be taken away from your being. You are liberated in that same moment. Krishna doesn't give you any technique which will work in course of time. In course of time. There are techniques which works in course of time. You will continue to practice. Maybe your son or your grandson will have the result. No. He says, now here or nowhere. Whether you have the result now here or nowhere. All his techniques straight away gives you the experience. If you can allow that one idea of purposelessness, the beauty of purposelessness into your consciousness, in that very moment, the breeze of enlightenment will happen to your heart. That very moment, the healing of your being will start. Healing of Bhavaroga, healing of the samsara roga, the birth and death disease will start its process. He says, 5,000 years ago, I gave this science to Surya, to the sun god, and the sun god instructed to Vivaswan, and sun god instructed to Manu. Sun god is Vivaswan. He instructed to Manu. Manu instructed the same thing to Ishwagu. He gives the disciplic succession. He gives that parampara, that Guru Sishya parampara. In course of time, yogo nashta parantava. This science is lost. You should understand why this science is lost. When a disciple who listens, if he is not sincere, if he is not completely ready, naturally the technique becomes ritual. Understand there is only one difference between technique and ritual. When it is done sincerely, even ordinary ritual will become a great meditation technique which leads you to enlightenment. When it is done without sincerity, as a routine, without understanding, as a routine, even a meditation technique will become a ritual. The only difference between meditation technique and ritual is sincerity, nothing else. It is just the sincerity. In course of time, the science is lost. Here is a beautiful word. The supreme science was taught, the supreme science was delivered. You don't lose that supreme science just in one generation. In one generation, it never gets lost. In course of time, somebody or other, even a single unenlightened disciple is enough to destroy the whole science. Even a single person in the chain is enough to break the disciplic succession. Small story in Zen Buddhism. A disciple of a great master, he is sitting and talking about Zen to his followers. One enlightened master comes to him and asks, "You yourself have not become enlightened. What right you have to teach Zen?" This disciple, out of ego, the big problem is when your master creates a big movement, and if you come to his seat without having the qualification, you are the most dangerous person. I have seen the people who just come into the throne as a successor, they are the most dangerous people. They will have everything except enlightenment. Person who creates a movement, he will create only out of energy and enlightenment. If he doesn't have, no movement will be created around him. But the person who succeeds, for him, it's just a gift. The whole movement is gift. He has got a complete infrastructure set up, but it doesn't have anything to share. Person who writes just because he's a writer is a dangerous person. Person who writes because he has got something to write, that's okay. Only he can be called as writer. Small story. One guy said, "Only after writing 5 bestsellers, I realized I don't know anything." Friend asked, "Then did you stop writing?" "No, by then I have become too famous, I can't stop." When you get somebody's throne as a successor, they will be filled with ego. They have everything except enlightenment. I always tell people, never go to the successors, because the whole setup is created by somebody and they just represent. They don't have something from their experience. They are good librarians, but not masters. We must be very clear between the difference between librarians and masters. Librarians are good. They preserve the books, but they can only preserve the books, not more than that. This person is also a good librarian, good parrot. He can repeat the whole thing. He is out of ego, says, don't you know I am the disciple of the great master? This Zen master laughs. He just laughs and says, if you wash the cup in which you kept the tea, will that water have the same taste of the tea? Can you say the water which is used to wash the cup in which the tea is kept is equivalent to tea? How much of relationship will be there between the tea and the water which is used to wash the cup of the tea? For example, in one cup tea is there, in the other cup, the empty teacup has been washed, that water is kept. What will be the relationship between the cup of the tea and the water which is used to wash the cup of the tea? There will be no relationship. Hardly you may have the smell of the tea in the water. So, if a person is not enlightened and just a successor, he will be dangerous. He will be dangerous. He will carry just the book, not the knowledge. That is why Zen masters, they always destroy their books when they leave the body. Before they leave the body, they destroy the books. They say, if you have got the Zen in your life, if you have achieved the enlightenment, let you teach, otherwise keep quiet. At least you will not disturb the society. At least you will not create more trouble in the society. When you do something, if you are a successor without experience, you are the most dangerous person. A small story. In South India, there was a big mutt, or the traditional monastery, where every day the worship of Shiva is conducted. That master had a pet cat. He used to love animals, so he had a cat with him. The cat is so near to him, it will come and disturb when he does puja. When he does puja, it will come and jump on him, it will run around him. So he told his disciples, just cover the cat with a basket before he start the puja. They caught the cat, covered the cat with a basket, the puja started. Every day before he starts the puja, they will catch the cat, it will be covered with the basket, the puja will start, the worship will start. After some time, it has almost become a ritual. Before starting the puja, even if the cat is not inside the ashram, they started searching the cat. Even if the cat has gone outside for its walk, they go search the cat, they catch the cat and bring it and cover it and start the puja. After covering the cat, they start the puja. In course of time, the master passed away. He passed away. Now the disciples are in a very big trouble. What to do? Who will do the puja? Next puja. Anyhow, the next successor came. Because master passed away, the cat also ran away from the ashram, monastery. The cat did not get a good treatment, so it ran away. The next successor, before starting the puja, he called the disciples. What happened to the cat? Unless you get a cat, how can we start the puja? They went in search of a cat all over the city. Finally, somehow they got one cat, brought the cat, covered it with the basket, then puja started. After a few months, it has become very difficult to catch cats. Where to get the cats? And they said, Master, it is very difficult. It is very difficult to get cats. Please, you will do something. The disciple said, all right, if there is no cat, then how can I do puja? Let us stop the puja. In course of the time, finally, because there is no cat, they stopped the puja. If you are not enlightened, this is what happens. If a disciple is not enlightened, this is what happens. The truth is lost. The spirit is lost. If you want to destroy any law, all you need to do is just follow the letter, miss the spirit. That's enough. If you just follow the letter, forget about the spirit, that's enough. You will do exactly opposite to the law. What for the law is created, you will just go against it. In course of time, the people who have not become enlightened, who are not sincere, they entered into this field and corrupted the science. Because of that, the science has lost. That is why again and again and again our Upanishad insists, go to a living master. All our books are only manuals. Vedas are the only books which are courageous enough to declare, we cannot give you enlightenment. Vedas are the only books which are courageous enough to declare, we are not ultimate. They say very clearly, we are only the manuals. If you want the ultimate reference, go to a living master. All the medical books, in the end what they will say? Consult your family doctor. They will end with one line. All these things are only manuals. You can't take medicines just by reading a medical book. You can't take medicines from a person who is not a doctor. In India, compounders, the doctor's assistants, by and by after some time, they learn the trick of the trade. By now they know headache means yellow tablet, stomach pain, green tablet, and back pain, black tablet. They know the color of the tablet for particular disease. If you go and take medicine from compounder, sometime you may get healed, you may get the cure, but it is very dangerous. It is very dangerous. Taking medicine from compounder, learning from unenlightened master is one and the same. Going to unenlightened person and taking medicine from compounder is one and the same. Please be very clear. Compounder at the most, he may destroy your one body, your one life, but unenlightened master will destroy your lives after lives. He can destroy, misguide you. He can create trouble for lives after lives. Because even a single point, if it is lost, if you have missed, the whole thing is lost. Here Krishna says, Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo viduhu sakale neha mahata yogo nashta parantapaha. One important thing, he says rajarshayo viduhu. This science is given to Raja Rishis, not just to the Rishis. The science which he teaches, yesterday if you would have attended, you know, the science is quantum spirituality, which gives you the material world and spiritual world both. That is why he says Rajarshayo Viduhu. Just Rishi means he will emphasize only on the inner world, inner space. Just king means he will emphasize only on the outer world, wealth. Here he says Rajarshayo Viduhu. Evam parampara praptam imam Rajarshayo Viduhu. The science is delivered to the king enlightened masters who are kings. Only they can preserve the science as it is. Be very clear. Only an enlightened person who is king, or king who is enlightened person, can know the totality of spirituality. People again and again ask me, Swamiji, what should we do for poor? Give food and medicine for poor. Serve them. But only a rich man can understand spirituality. Be very clear, I am telling the honest truth. Poor man can understand religion. He can go and beg in front of God, but he can never understand the ultimate spirituality. Only a person who has seen the outer world completely, who knows there is nothing in the outer world, only he can enter into the inner world. Only he can enter into the inner space. If you still have hope about the outer world, you cannot experience the ultimate spirituality. You cannot experience the ultimate enlightenment. Only a king will be utterly frustrated. Only a king will be completely qualified to enter into enlightenment, because he knows there is nothing in the outer space which can fulfill him. He has seen everything. He has seen all possible comforts, all possible sense enjoyments, all possible so-called pleasures. Only he can enter into the spirituality honestly. If somebody who has not experienced the depression of success enters into spirituality, again he will be standing in front of God and begging, God, give me this, give me that. He may be a good religious person. From morning till night he will sit and do all the rituals, but he will never be a spiritual person. There is a very big difference between religious person and spiritual person. When you know God has got Shakti to give whatever you want, your religion starts. When you understand He has got Shakti to give what I want and Buddhi to when to give, you enter into spirituality. We all believe God has got Shakti to give what we want, but we don't trust He has got Buddhi also to give in the right time. We don't believe that. Only a person who has got Shakti, who trusts that God has got Shakti and Buddhi, can enter into the spirituality. Spirituality is ultimate luxury. Please be very clear. Being a spiritual person, that is why I always tell people, person who is poor means who has not experienced the comforts of the outer world. He can be a good religious person. He can stand in front of God and beg, pray. But only a person who has seen the outer world to the extreme, who is completely frustrated, completely experienced the depression of success, can turn towards the inner world, can become a healer. I always tell people, the person who understands the purposelessness of life, only he can heal himself and heal others. Only he can be a healer. Only he can be a spiritual person. Only he can be a real spiritual being. So here, Krishna uses the word Rajarshi. The person who has got inner space and outer space both, only he can experience the truth of the totality. Of course, when some person who don't know or who is not sincere enough to realize this truth, when he enters into the system, he corrupts, and his very presence destroys the system. So Krishna says, in course of time, it is lost. The next, Krishna says, Sayevayam maya detye yoga prokta puradanaha bhaktosi me sagasedi ragasyam hedaduttamam. Beautiful sloka. Sayevayam maya detye yoga prokta puradanaha bhaktosi me sagasedi ragasyam hedaduttamam. He says that very ancient science of the ultimate enlightenment or the entering into eternal bliss is today told by me to you because you are my devotee as well as my friend and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. This has to be understood very deeply. You cannot tell this truth, ultimate truth, to a person who is not ready. To a person who is not ready. And truth told to a person who is not ready will create danger for himself and will disturb others also. Again and again, people ask me in our meditation programs. In many of our meditation programs, people ask me, Swamiji, please talk about your enlightenment. Talk about your spiritual experience. I never open my mouth. I'll never speak about my personal experience, spiritual experience, unless I know them or unless they are connected to me at least 6 months. I wait. People ask me, why don't you talk about this, Swamiji? Why don't you tell us about your spiritual experience? This is the reason. When you are not ready, if intimate experiences are shared, always we doubt two things. If you have courage, you will straight away question the experience. You will straight away question. You will say, this is just lie. This is a story. What are you talking? This cannot be truth. You will straight away oppose. If you don't have that much of courage, you will just take it, all right, one more story. I heard 1,000 stories here. One more story, leave it. Anyhow, after all, it is free. There is nothing else will happen. The spiritual experiences cannot be shared and cannot be opened just for nothing. If it is shared, it should become an inspiration source for you. It should become a force which can transform your life. Then it is worth sharing. By sharing that spiritual experience, if it inspires you to enter into that same space, if it gives you the courage to take the same jump, if you also feel, I think I should experience the same joy, I should experience the same bliss, I should not postpone it. If it becomes an inspiration source for you, then it is worth sharing. Otherwise, it is not worth sharing. There was a great master in South India. He wrote a set of poems on Shiva. He did not even write, he just sang. He just sang a set of poems on Shiva. It was never recorded in writing. Close disciples who lived around him, they requested him to publish that book. Publish it as a book. or to put it in writing so that it can be useful for the society. He says, no, they are my intimate love letters to Lord. How can I publish this to the public? It is my intimate expression. It is my intimacy. It is my personal relationship. How can I publish it? How can I bring it out to the public? For example, you are seeing somebody for the first time. He straight away starts asking you the personal questions. It will be too rude. It will be too rude. And Indians are the only people who will do that mistake. It will be too rude. They don't bother to introduce themselves. They don't bother to understand. They will be straight. If they ask straight away personal questions, I heard somebody met my disciple and he straight away started asking, where are you staying? Who is paying for your apartment? And what is happening? Who is staying with you? And who are all staying with Swami? I was just surprised. How can this happen? How can this happen? I don't think any intelligent man will do this. It takes little intelligence to understand. When you straight away, you can't talk, you can't ask. It is very difficult. We need to understand, you can't share your personal experience straight away with anybody. It's very difficult. He says, if somebody straight away comes and asks you about your personal life, you can't share it. Only if he becomes intimate, or if you become intimate with him, it will be possible to open up. Only then that conversation can happen. See, for a conversation to happen, you need certain intimacy. If both are filled with their side arguments, never the conversation will happen. If both are filled with some words in their mind, if both are prejudiced, never the conversation can happen. I always tell people, in marriage, first year man speaks and women listens, second year onwards women speaks and man listens, third year both of them speak and neighbors listen. In the first year man speaks and women listens, the second year women speaks and man listens, third year both of them speak and neighbors listen. Never the conversation happens. Only arguments goes on. As long as the other person is in the mood of argument, the truth cannot be shared. The Satya cannot be shared. Satya can never be expressed. He says, it is my personal relationship. It is my intimate relationship with God. How can I share that to public? I cannot. Then one disciple asks, who thinks himself as intelligent, he comes out and asks, why? You share with us? When you can share with us, why not with the world? Then he says, by becoming a disciple, you have become part of me. Only a person who has become part of me can share these poems. Only to him I can share these poems. Physically you may be another one body, but mentally you have fallen in tune with me. You are completely ready to receive me. You have become like a womb, ready to receive the divine energy. That is the reason I shared my experience with you. Unless you enter into the deep receptive mood, unless you become a complete, total, simple, innocent being, you cannot receive the ultimate truth. Please be very clear. The The ultimate truth is beyond logic. Initially, when we start teaching the truth, always it starts with logic. Always your logic is addressed. Words go logically. But after some time, you have to leave the logic behind. You have to leave the logic behind. You can't talk to the divine. You can't talk to God in logic. In prose, you cannot relate. Only in poetry you can relate with God. That is why all over the world, whenever it comes to prayer, it is only songs, poems. Whether it is Eastern culture or Western culture or any culture, whether Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism or any Christianity or any religion, when it comes to relating with God, it is always poetry. Because you can't relate with divine logically. You can't relate with divine through logic. Prose is not useful anymore to relate with divine. If you want the divine relationship to happen, you need the love. You need the language of poetry. Here, only a person who understands, only a person who has become part of the master, only he can receive his experiences. That is the reason Master says, I share my songs with you because you have become me. I cannot share this with public. There was another one great saint called Manikyavasaka. Throughout his life he sang about Shiva, but he never wrote, he never recorded the poem. It is only sung. It is just repeated by him, but never he recorded it. Manikyavasaka never wrote his poems. He always used to recite, that's all. Once Shiva himself comes down as an old man and he says, Oh Manikyavasaka, I heard that you used to sing beautiful songs on Shiva. Why don't you recite them for me? I am your disciple. Manikyavasaka is in ecstasy. So in that ecstasy he starts singing everything. He himself records the whole thing. Shiva himself records, puts the songs in writing, and after recording he puts a signature. Recited by Manikyavasaka, written by Ambalavanand, the Shiva himself, and puts the leaf at the feet of, at the entrance of the temple and disappears. Next day morning the priests see the leaves. Suddenly they realize the signature says, Manikyavasaka recited, I myself recorded this. Till the end, till his death, he never recorded. Then all the disciples go and ask him, Oh Master, please give us the meaning. Please explain the meaning for all these songs. And he straightaway walks into the temple and says, He is the meaning for the whole song. He shows the Lord and says He is the meaning and walks into the deity and disappears into the God, into the divine. Beautiful symbolic representation. This story is a beautiful symbolic representation. He becomes one with the divine. Till the end, he never recorded. Only somebody else recorded. It is so beautiful. God himself came down and recorded. Unless you become part of the master, it is very difficult to understand his message. That is why Krishna says, Arjuna, the supreme science, the technique of entering into the eternal bliss is today told by me to you because you are my devotee as well as my friend. You are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. It cannot be told to the person who is not ready. And one more thing, when you speak the ultimate truth to the person who is not ready, it leads to many troubles. Not only he doesn't understand, and he starts creating trouble for others. With the right person, even lie will do good to the society. In the wrong hands, even truth will do harm to the society. To whom it is delivered is important than how much it is truth or lie. With the wrong person, even a great truth like a Advaita, I am God, he may start thinking that I am God and start doing all nonsense. With the wrong person, even a great truth will become harmful thing. And one more thing, a wrong person can never understand the truth told by Krishna. For example, Krishna says, I am God, I am everything, surrender unto me. If a person is not completely devoted, if the person is not in tune with Krishna, if he has not understood Krishna, what he will think? How egoistic fellow he is. How dare he is telling me to surrender to him. Naturally, the person, instead of understanding Krishna, will create more trouble for Krishna. He will create only more trouble for Krishna. Here, the qualification to receive the truth is devotion. Here he says, if you have heard all these things, what I expressed in the other 3 chapters, it's okay because it is expressed logically. Till this point, I am able to bring logic and spirituality both together. Now, the time has come where I have to give the pure truth as truth. Please be very clear. Great things can never be expressed by logic because logic is not so sharp. Logic is not so sharp to express the ultimate truth. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why don't you prove God logically? I told him, if God can be proved logically, then logic will become God. Logic will be greater than God. God is great because he cannot be proved by logic. He is beyond logic. He is beyond your logic. Here, Krishna is going to speak something which is beyond logic, where you need to leave your logic behind, where you need to be completely open, where you need to sit with a total passive mood, where your being needs to be open to receive it. One thing, anything told logically, either you will understand or you will not understand. That's all. There is no danger. When it comes to the deeper level teachings, either you understand or you will misunderstand. The teachings which Krishna is going to deliver now, they are much more deeper, they are much more subtler than the teachings which is delivered in last 2-3 chapters. That is why he says, now I am telling you these secrets just because you are my devotee and friend. Just because you are my near and dear one. You are my own. That is the reason. Bhaktosi. He says, you are my devotee. Me sagacheti. And you are my friend. Saka, friend. That is the reason I am expressing this truth to you. A person who is not completely in tune with Krishna, the person who is not ready to trust the master, he cannot receive the message. He cannot understand it. And not only he will not understand, he will misunderstand. Misunderstanding always leads to complications. Small story. Mother Superior, she was giving her farewell speech to a group of students who are leaving the school, higher secondary students. She is giving all her advices and teachings. Then she is asking one by one the higher secondary school students. One by one she is asking, "Dear, what will you do after leaving the school?" One says, "I'll become a nurse and start serving in our mission hospital." She says, "That is great." Next girl, she asks the next girl, "What will you do?" "I'll become a nun and spread the mission of the divine, mission of God." She says, "That's great. I'm so happy. I'm proud of you." She asks the third girl. Third girl says, "I'll become prostitute." The Mother Superior is totally shaken. She just faints and falls, drops. Somehow they sprinkle little water, they revive her, and she slowly out. She asks, "What did you say? What did you say?" "Prostitute." Then she throws a big sigh of relief. "Oh, I heard Protestant." When you don't hear the words properly, you are always in trouble. She is ready. She is ready to allow the person to become prostitute, but not ready to allow the person to become Protestant. When you don't hear the word properly, you are always in trouble. Understand? Now Krishna is entering into the deeper level truths where you need to relax little from your logic, where you need to come down from your head to the heart, where you need to sit with your whole being and listen the truth. And if these truths are heard without the complete openness, not only you will not understand, you will misunderstand. Misunderstanding these truths can lead to many complications. So Krishna gives a warning. Here, Krishna gives warning. Ragasyam hedatuttamam. I am telling you the secrets, the mysterious science of realizing the ultimate, O my dear friend and devotee Arjuna. So, now let us enter into the science which is taught by Krishna. Vasudeva sudam devam gamsachanuramardanam devagi paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum. We are entering into the path of knowledge. The great truth which can straightaway transform your life just by a mere understanding. Just by a mere understanding. Understand? In Vedanta they always emphasize on three things. Shravana, Manana, Nididhyasana. Shravana means listening. Manana means meditating, contemplating on it. Nididhyasana means expressing it in your life or experiencing it in your life. Here, these truths doesn't need these three steps. Just listening is enough. Just listening is enough, it will become experience. Shravana is enough, it will become Nididhyasana. Nothing needs to be done. But all you need to do is sit with a complete open being, with a complete openness, with a complete relaxed feeling. These words are uttered for your sake, not for the sake of the master. So, just please take few minutes to meditate on the Sri Krishna, the great enlightened master, and pray to him. Let him allow his words to penetrate our being. Let him reside in our consciousness. Let him lead us to eternal bliss. Just take few minutes, close your eyes and intensely pray to him. O Master, lead us to that experience. Give us the understanding. Let him be in our inner space, enlightening our consciousness. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanuramardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam Kavibiriditam kalmashabhagam Shravanamangalam Srimadadadam Bhuvigrunandide Bhuridajana. Krishna starts his message. Here is a question by Arjuna, to which he responds. His message is delivered as a response to this question. Aparam bhavado janma param janma vivasvataha kadamedat vijaniyam Tvamadau proktavanidihi. Arjuna says, O Krishna, the sun god is Vivasvan, is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed these signs to him? This shows still Krishna needs to get mature. Still Krishna needs to have maturity. Still Arjuna needs to get the maturity. He is asking, the sun god is senior to you by birth. He is so senior. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed these signs to him? Arjuna and Krishna are almost equal in their age. Suddenly Krishna says, I gave these signs thousands of years ago to Surya. Very difficult to understand. And moreover, Arjuna lived with Krishna for a long time. He knows, he has seen the human side of Krishna, playing and all Krishna Leelas, all Krishna's dramas, all Krishna's moods. He has seen him more like a human being. So now, it is very difficult for Arjuna to believe the same exact trouble which all disciples undergo. Disciples who live around enlightened masters, the trouble which they undergo, the exact same trouble. Very difficult to understand the divine descending and walking in the planet Earth in a human form. The Arjuna is struggling to understand. Arjuna is not able to relate. How can divine descend? What is happening? How can Krishna declare, thousands of years ago, I gave these signs to Surya? It's very difficult. Suddenly, for example, I suddenly tell, 100 years ago, I only taught all these things to some enlightened master. How you will feel? Very difficult to grasp. Suddenly, if I make a statement, 100 years ago, I only taught all these things to the great masters who are there. Very difficult to believe. And naturally the question will rise. Here, the same thing. Arjuna is asking, how can you say this? How can I understand? But of course, he has become little polite. That is why he says, how can I understand? He doesn't say, how can you say this? In the first chapter, or in the second chapter, when Krishna is asking, Arjuna, go and fight, he is asking, how can you say this? How can you tell me to do this sin? But now here he says, he has become little polite. He understood the truth little bit. He has become little intelligent. He says, how can I understand? Please tell me. He is ready to believe, but he wants little explanation. This is okay. But there are few people who are prejudiced. They are clear. They say, no, we don't bother. We don't believe. We don't want. Then nothing can be done. Here Arjuna says, I am ready to believe, but how am I to understand? Please instruct me. Please show me the right thing. Always, when enlightened masters descend on the planet Earth, when they come down, they face this trouble. Again and again and again, they face this trouble. When Ramakrishna declared that who came as Rama, who came as Krishna, the same person has come down in this form as Ramakrishna. He was called as mad. He was called as mad. People did not receive him. People did not respect him. But there are few qualified people who received his words, who have transformed their lives. They established the truth of his statement. See, all philosophies or all movements, they start in two ways. One is the political movements, which starts with a huge crowd, huge followers. The person who leads, the more number of crowd, the more number of persons, more the quantity, more powerfully he feels, and he starts making all the statements, claims. These movements, they start with a huge number, but slowly, they disappear. Once the founder dies, the movement dies. The next, second type, the spiritual missions. When the masters declare the truth, the quantity will not be there, but the quality will be there. Only few individuals, few selected individuals listen those truth, listen those proclamations. When Ramakrishna declared, who came down as Rama, who came down as Krishna, is here in this body as Ramakrishna. Hardly few heard. Hardly few are ready to trust. But those few, the quantity may not be there, but the quality was there. They have transformed their life. And from It started as a very slow, small thing, but expanded and exploded into an international mission, spiritual movement. When it started, only 16 disciples were there, Ramakrishna's disciples. And today, millions of people worship him as God. Millions of people have realized the truth of the words which he uttered. These spiritual missions, it starts in a very small way, but expands and explodes. These political movements, it starts in a very big way, but contracts and dies down. The moment founder dies, foundation also dies. But spiritual missions, the moment founder dies, it starts happening. It starts expanding. For a political speech, you need quantity. The more the number of people, the speech will be more strong. But for the spiritual discourse, you need quality. The more the person is intense, the more truths will come out. For political person, inspiration is numbers. How many paper cuttings, in how many newspapers a report has come, how many paper cuttings he can collect, that matters. For a spiritual person, how many ego cuttings he can do. For a political person, paper cutting. For a spiritual person, ego cutting. How many people are intense. The quality, that matters for a spiritual discourse. The more intense the person, more higher truths come out. More higher truths comes out. I always tell people, my best discourses are given only to a close small circle. The best truth is spoken only to a close small circle, because when you speak the truth, it will be straight. It cannot be received by a normal man. It will shake the whole being. It will transform your whole life. That is why Ramakrishna, whenever he wants to speak high truths, he will close the doors and call his sannyas disciples, and he will speak only to them. He will not speak to the public. This very Gita is delivered to only one person. To one person this is delivered when it is spoken. When Krishna delivered the Gita, only one person heard. But today, millions, billions, not even millions, billions. For whole Hindus, this is the basic book. For billions of Hindus, this is the scripture. Only one person heard. Today, the whole world uses it. So, to express the truth, the quality of the person is necessary, not the quantity. Now, he starts the answer to this question. Bahuni me vyatitani janmani tavacharjuna tanyagam veda sarvani natvam vetta parandava. Bahuni me vyatitani janmani tavacharjuna tanyagam veda sarvani natvam tavetta parandava. Bhagavan says, many births both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O Partha, O Parandava, O Arjuna. O Arjuna, many births both of you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you can't. Next statement, he says, Ajopina san navyayatma bhutanam ishvaro visan prakritim svamadishtaya sambhavamyayatma mayaya. Ajopi Sannavyayatma Bhutanam Ishvarobisan Prakritim Swam Adhishtaya Sambhavami Atma Mayaya. He says, although I am unborn, my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. He says, although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. I think this is the first statement. He declares his divinity. All this time, Krishna was playing only the role of Acharya, intellectually convincing the truth, intellectually giving the knowledge to Arjuna. First time, he opens up, he declares the truth about his nature. He shows the divinity of his nature. I think this is the point where Krishna starts speaking the ultimate truth as it is. Till then, I think he was a little shy to open up to Arjuna. When a disciple is not ready, you can't open up. You can't tell the truth. Now, the disciple is ready. So Krishna opens up. He says, Ajopi Sannavyayatma Bhutanam Ishvarobisan Prakritim Swam Adhishtaya Sambhavami Atma Mayaya. Although I am unborn and transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, here he says very clearly, Bhutanam Ishwaropi. I am the Lord of all the living entities. I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Three things we need to understand. First he says, I am unborn. I never take birth. I am unborn. I am the ultimate Parabrahma. I am the ultimate energy. Krishna clearly declares. I don't think anybody else has declared so clearly. Even Jesus says, I am the Son of the God. I am Son of the God. Here, Krishna straightaway declares the truth. Of course, it does not mean Jesus is not God, but his disciples are not matured enough to receive the truth, that's all. At one point he says, the Father and the Son is one and the same. At one point, maybe to some close disciple, he declares, the Father and the Son is one and the same. Please be very clear. When the disciple is mature, Master is understood. Here, straight away Krishna declares, I am unborn, Ajobi. I am unborn, eternal consciousness, eternal bliss. And my transcendental body never deteriorates. You can always relate with me. I never die. I am unborn and I never die. One important thing you should know, which never takes birth can never die. Which takes birth, only that can die. Here, Krishna declares, I never take birth and I never die. Although I am the Lord of all living entities, Bhutanam Ishvaro, Somebody asked me, Master, can dead masters teach us? Can we relate with the masters who left the body? Like Paramashivam, Mahavatar Babaji, all of them. One person came and asked me, if I pray to them, can they show me path? Can they show me the truth? I told them, be very clear. Dead masters are not dead as you think. They are not dead. When they are alive, their presence had a body. When they are dead, their presence has no body. That's all. Having a body or not having a body is no way going to affect their presence. They are available to you always. They are eternally available to you. All you need is, you just need to turn towards them. That's all. They are eternally available. When they are with the physical body, their presence has got physical body. When they are no more, their presence has no physical body. That's all. But they are available always. They are alive. When it comes to normal being, he leaves the soul. When it comes to masters, they leave the body. The very word is different. For a normal person, soul leaves. We say the soul left, or he leaves the soul. He dies. The life has left him. We say, for masters, they leave the body. So having a body or not having a body is no way connected to their presence. They are available to the planet Earth always. Always they are available to the whole humanity. I always tell people, it is very difficult to understand masters. Because when they have the body or not, when they don't have the body, both the time their presence is same. With intensity, if you go, even when they don't have the body, you will be able to relate with them. You can get the message. You will be able to talk to them. You will be able to relate with them. When you don't have intensity, sincerity, even if you meet the living master, you will miss him. With sincerity, even with the dead master, you will be able to have the truth. You will be able to achieve it. Without sincerity, even with the living master, you will miss it. You will miss it. Sometimes you will miss it. Understand? He says, I am the Lord of all the entities, but I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Sambhavami Atma Mayaya. Taking my own Maya. Because of my Maya, I assume the body and come down. I assume the body and incarnate myself. He means he happens on the planet Earth again and again in so many forms to guide the people. But again and again we miss him. We are all conquerors of Buddha, conquerors of Krishna. We have conquered Ramakrishna. That is why we are here again on the planet Earth. Please be very clear. We conquer them. We conquer Ramana Maharishi. We conquer Ramakrishna. Even they can't do anything to us. That is why again and again we are here. We are here. Again and again we miss them. That is why again and again he has to come down. He has to come down again and again to the planet Earth to lift us, to show us the way, to guide us. The next statement. I can say this one sloka, if it is understood, not only the whole Gita, all the spiritual scriptures can be realized. Here he declares, Yada yada hi dharmasya Glanir-bhavati bharata Abhyutthanam-adharmasya Tadatmanam srujamyaham. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, there is a decline in the spiritual dharma, there is a decline in the spiritual science. O Bharata, predominant trace of negativity happens, at that time I dissent myself. Whenever there is a decline in positive consciousness, whenever there is a predominant rise in a collective negativity, again and again, at that time I dissent myself. There is one more sloka which we need to understand. We will study about this sloka together. Next, Paritranaya sadhunam Vinasaya chadushkritam Dharma samstavanartaya Sambhavami yuke yuke. To deliver the pious and to annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of spirituality, the eternal consciousness, I myself appear dharma samsthavanarthaya, to establish the dharma of the eternal consciousness, science of the eternal bliss. I myself appear millennium after millennium. Sambhavami yuke yuke. Only a master like Krishna can declare the truth so clearly. Here Krishna says, I come down again and again. He keeps the whole thing open for future. He keeps the generation of enlightened masters for future, the possibility of enlightenment for future. He keeps the whole science open for the whole future. Only a courageous man like Krishna can declare this truth. People come and ask me, Swamiji, are there many more enlightened masters in the planet Earth? I tell them, surely. There are hundreds of enlightened masters. Don't think I am the only one. There are hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds. I can say even thousands. Thousands of masters are available. Only a courageous man can declare the truth as it is. If you are on the business, you cannot accept there are some more shops in your city. If you are on any business, you cannot give the address of some more shops in the city. Only if you are honest, you can declare, yes, there are so many things available. There are so many things available. Again and again people ask me this question. Swamiji, if I take initiation from you, can I go to other masters? I tell them, not only you can go, I encourage you should go. Pluck flowers from all the beautiful garden and make a beautiful bouquet. Pluck flowers from all the garden and make a beautiful bouquet for yourself. And your ego is such, even if thousands of people beat, it will not die. How can you expect it to die by one person? How can you expect the ego to die by one blow? So go wherever it is possible and learn the best things. Pluck flowers from all the gardens and make a beautiful bouquet for yourself. Only a Krishna, a courageous person, can declare the truth. Sambhavami yuke yuke means he keeps the possibility open for the next generation. He keeps the possibility of enlightenment open for the planet Earth. This one single idea, if it is understood, straight away you will be liberated, enlightened. He says, the next sloka, Janma karma chame divyam yevam yoveti tatpataha tyakpa degam punarjanma naidi mamedi sorjuna. Translation goes, one who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take his birth again in this material world, but attains the eternal bliss. My nature, O Arjuna. It's a very strange statement. He says, one who understands the nature of my birth and death will be liberated from his birth and death cycle. How can it be? He says, if you understand my transcendental nature of birthlessness and deathlessness, just now he said, I am birthless and deathless. Ajobi, I am birthless. Just now he says, Ajobi san avyayatma, bhutanam ishwarobi san. He says, I am birthless and deathless. Now he says, if you understand the truth of my transcendental nature of appearance and activities, once you leave the body, you will not take birth and death. If you understand my transcendental nature, you will also achieve the same transcendental nature. If you understand that I don't take body, you will also realize you also don't take the body. If you understand I am liberated, you will realize you are also liberated. How can it? We'll start with an incident from Paramashi's life. In the presence of Paramashivam, every day they used to sing some songs. There is a song, Ramana Sadguru, means praising Ramana Maharshi. So when the song is sung, he himself will sing along with the devotees. Not only he will be listening, sitting and enjoying, he will be singing with the devotees. Somebody asks him, what is this? You are an enlightened person, you yourself sing your own name. You also sing Ramana Sadguru, Ramana Sadguru. What do you mean by this? Bhagavan says, fool, why are you reducing Ramana to just the 6 feet body? Why are you reducing Ramana to the 6 feet body? Deep thing, very subtle thing, difficult to understand. He says, as you are all seeing this body from away, same way I am also seeing this body. For you, the Ramana is somebody. For me also, the Ramana is somebody. I am not associating myself with this name and form. That is the reason. Just like you all can enjoy this name, I can also enjoy. Because I have not associated myself with this form. I tell you, an egoistic person, at least in public, will never show that he enjoys. Because if he shows, people will say that he is egoistic. Egoistic man will make others praise him, will never be open. Here, Ramana Maharshi is totally open and he is straight. He says, nah, just like you enjoy, I also enjoy this name, enjoy this form, because I don't feel this is me. I don't feel associated with it. It is just getting repeated. One more incident. One of his disciples writes Ramana Puranam, means the Stotra of Ramana Maharishi. He wrote few lines and somehow he was not able to write. The writer's block. They say author's block or writer's block. So he just brings the paper and puts it at the feet of the master and says, Bhagavan, I am not able to write. Bhagavan says, all right, you go. Let us see tomorrow. Tomorrow when the author comes back and sees, his name is Murugana. When he comes back, he sees that complete poetic poem is completed. Bhagavan himself has wrote and completed. 300 lines he himself wrote and completed the whole poem. We are surprised. Bhagavan himself wrote about himself. His own stotra written by himself. Then when he published, when it came out as a book, the author, he put a small footnote from this line. Bhagavan himself wrote. Just so that the devotees will be aware that he is his own words. The book first copy was taken to Bhagavan. Bhagavan just sees the book and says, and he sees that footnote. From this line Bhagavan himself wrote. Then he turns to the disciple and asks, oh, the other lines are written by you. He asks, oh, the other lines are all written by you. Only a man who has disappeared into the divine consciousness can write these poems. Bhagavan says, when you wrote all these things, it is me who wrote through you. You cannot sing about me. You cannot write about me. What do you know about me? Unless I express myself through you, you cannot know anything about me. In Bhagavata, Krishna himself sings. Just like here how he says, I am Bhutanam Ishwarobi. I am the Lord. Here he says beautifully. This word is such a beautiful word. Bhutanam Ishwarobi. I am the Lord of all living beings. Yes, mere boy from Vrindavan and a small young cowherd boy from Vrindavan. You see, you should not look at Krishna from this time. You should understand the whole scene when it was done, when it is repeated. See, now, because of time, we accepted Krishna as God. But this is said when he was alive. When he is alive, people did not accept him as a God. Hardly few people realized that he is God. When Rama was walking on the planet Earth, only Saptarishis know he is the incarnation. Nobody else knows. Same way, when Krishna was alive, at least Rama lived a little decent life. So, it is little easy for people to realize. But Krishna lived such an ecstatic life. It's very difficult to realize Krishna. For a social, intellectual person or a so-called religious person, very difficult to realize Krishna. Very difficult to understand Krishna. But he says, Bhutanam Ishwaropi, I am the Lord of all living entities. Naturally, it will be difficult for them to understand. It will be very difficult for people to understand. Somebody asks him, why are you speaking about yourself? Why are you expressing your glory? Then Bhagavan says, if I don't tell about me, you can never understand about me. Unless I reveal, you can never realize. Unless I express, you can never understand. Just out of my compassion, I express the truth. I express myself. It is like you are going somewhere. You see a traffic jam in the road. You know one of your friend is ahead of you in the same road. If you ring up and ask him, how do you feel in that place? Is there any traffic jam? Can I come in the same road or should I take some other road? Will he not have a simple basic courtesy to guide you? He will surely have a basic courtesy. He will tell you, no, this route is okay, you come in 10 minutes, everything will come alright. In this area there is no traffic. Some instruction he will give you. He will guide you. With the same basic courtesy, Krishna is revealing his truth towards you. He is revealing his truth to all of us. He is revealing his truth to us. A simple basic courtesy of helping the fellow travelers. Here, when he says, I am God, I am the ultimate, he says, there is a possibility when I can achieve, why not you? Here he says, he shows the possibility. He gives us the courage. He encourages us. When I can achieve, why not you? It's like a seed is always afraid of breaking. Always feels, if I break, if tree doesn't happen, what will happen? I'll die. But the tree says, unless you open, I cannot happen. Unless the seed opens, tree cannot happen. Seed is waiting. Seed says, no, let the tree happen, then I will open. But the tree says, no, first you have to open, only then I can happen. The problem between the tree and the seed continues. Somebody is necessary to give little courage to the seed. The seed which was seed once and now which has become tree. One tree comes and says, oh seed, don't worry, open. I was also a seed. I opened, today I became tree. Be courageous, don't worry. You will never be perished. Open. Just like me, you will also become tree. How? The tree gives the courage to the seed. Same way, Krishna gives courage to us. You can also become God like me. You can also experience the truth like me. When he says, I am the ultimate, he expresses the possibility. He shows us the possibility. He again and again reminds our potentiality. He inspires us to enter into the same consciousness. He inspires us to experience the same bliss. He shows us the way or the truth which we need to experience. When Krishna reveals his truth, be very clear, he is not egoistic. He is expressing his truth he is expressing his true nature out of simple basic courtesy to fellow travelers. How the senior tree is encouraging the junior seed to open up and become a tree. The tree is an assurance for the seed. It says, don't worry, I have become tree. You can also become like me. You don't have to feel you will disappear. It is assurance. That is why again and again I tell you, when Krishna says, I am God, he means you are God. When he says, I am God, he means you are God. He gives you the courage. He encourages you to enter into the same experience. And one more thing we need to understand. Ramana Maharshi says, why do you reduce Ramana into the 6 feet body? Ramana is far more superior, far more higher than the 6 feet body. When enlightened masters say, I, they don't have any meaning behind that I. Only the divinity speaks. For a normal man, when he says the word God, it is just a word, there is no meaning behind it. At the most, some imagination about God, that's all. There is no solid meaning behind that word. For example, when you say God, the word has no meaning. It is just mere empty word, supported by some imagination. But when you say I, you have a solid meaning for it. You have solid meaning. When you say I, you know clearly what you mean. But when you say God, you don't know what you mean. The emotion or the understanding is not supported. The word is not supported by the emotion or understanding or experience. But with enlightened people, when they say God, it is a solid experience. And when they say I, it has no meaning. It is just for utility. It's an empty word. Because they can't use any other word, they have to use some word, they use the word. They use some word, no other way. That is the reason they use the word I. There was a great enlightened master, Nithyananda Maharaj, in India. Somebody goes to him and asks, Master, you say enlightened people don't have karma, but how can you speak? How can you do all your activities if you don't have a karma? He says, I am not doing anything. The disciple asks, no, you are speaking with me. How can you speak with me if you don't have a karma? Nithyananda Maharaj says straight away, I am not speaking to you. I am not speaking to you. He is speaking the same words and he is saying, I am not speaking to you. Very difficult to understand. Then Maharaj says, because you wanted me to speak, the speaking is happening through this body. There is nobody inside. Just hollow bamboo. Hollow bamboo. When the breeze enters the hollow bamboo, it comes out as a music. There is nobody inside. Just empty hollow bamboo. That is why whatever goes in comes out as a music. Comes out as a music. When you become hollow bamboo, whatever words comes out of your mouth, it becomes mantra. Your form becomes yantra. Your whole life becomes tantra. Your words are shastra. Your form is the center for stotra. And your life is sutra. Your very life is sutra. Here, when Krishna says I, there is nobody inside. Then how do you say I don't speak, I am not speaking to you? What do you mean by the word I? Maharaj says, because there is no other word, I have to use the word I. But this I doesn't have any meaning, as your I has got meaning. Your I is supported with your experience. When you say the word God, it is empty word. It is not supported with experience. When you say the word I, it is supported with solid experience. You know it. You feel it. If somebody says, are you mad? You shout at them and prove it. Then somebody says, are you dark? You just bark at them and prove it. You know, the I in you is solid. It has got meaning. But when you utter the word God, it has no meaning. It is superficial. Some imagination, which you read in some books, which is taught to you in some discourses, which you heard when you were small boy from your mother. That's all. But when enlightened people, enlightened masters, they say the word I, it has no meaning. How the word God is empty for you, the word I is empty for them. There is no meaning. And when they say the word God, there is a solid experience for that word. Here, when Krishna says I, there is nobody inside. It is pure emptiness. Just the divine speaks through him. Just the pure existence speaks through him. He has become hollow bamboo. He has become pure energy. That is why courageously he can declare. He can say in a battlefield, he says, Bhutanam Ishwaropi. Sitting in a home, comfortably, where you have all security, safety, all insurances, all protection, sitting in that type of place and declaring, I am God, is very easy. Because there is nothing much risky. There is no risk. You don't need to take any big risk. You don't need to prove. Just make the statement. What is there? After all, free. Tell whatever you want. But he is making the same statement in a place where he is need to prove. He is making this statement in battlefield where all risky things are there, all risky things are there, where his life itself is at risk. One arrow is enough to finish his body. He will be dead. But he is making this statement in that space. In battlefield, he is declaring, I am God. Then what courage and energy will be there behind these words? It can come only from a solid experience, a deep, conscious experience. As I was telling you yesterday, only an enlightened man can laugh in front of naked sword. Alexander is standing with a naked sword, and this master is laughing. He is not bothered. Just imagine, on the street, somebody is holding his gun towards you and asking for your wallet. Will you be able to laugh? Impossible. But here, this person is able to laugh in front of Alexander's sword. The courage which comes out of Satya, the courage which comes out of experience. Vivekananda says, one important thing which Vedanta can give you is courage to live, courage to face the life and death, courage to see the whole existence, courage to face the whole existence. One of the great disciples of Vivekananda, Sister Nivedita, she asked Swamiji, Swamiji, if I come with you, what will you teach me? What will you give me? Vivekananda says, I will teach you how to face death. That's the ultimate teaching. Here, Krishna is giving that ultimate teaching in this 2 sloka. He says, Yada yada vidharmasya klanir vavati bharata abhyuttamanam adharmasya tadatmanam srajamyaham paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya cha dushkritam dharma samsthavanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Then the next statement, that is very strange. Janma karma chame divyam evam yovetti tattvataha tyaktva devam punarjanma naiti mameni sorjuna. O Arjuna, if you understand the secret of my birth and death, if you understand the secret of my birth and death, you will be liberated from birth and death. How? Let us see the secret of the birth and death of Krishna. How we all go through the birth and death cycle. Now, just like how Krishna made a statement, I tell you this because you are my devotee and friend. Now I have to make a statement again. Here I am going to speak something which is beyond logic, purely experience. Before speaking, I take a oath, whatever I am speaking is truth. Because whenever the ultimate truth is uttered, whenever something beyond our logic is uttered, we never receive it. Please be very clear. Silent listener is a person who is thinking about something else. Silent listener is a person who is thinking about something else. Whenever something is told which goes beyond our logic, we never receive it. If we are courageous enough, we fight, we question, we argue. If we don't have that much of courage, we don't allow that word to enter into us. To tell you honestly, we never believe anybody. We never believe anybody. Please be very clear. We never believe anybody. It is always just argument. It is always an argument. Sometimes open. Otherwise, the other times in the mind. If you can't express it openly, you continuously repeat the same words in the mind. That is why, before entering into these truths, I tell you, what I am speaking is truth. If you can receive it, there is a possibility of transformation. Because here I am speaking the truth which is realized only by experience, which cannot be logically proved. There is a beautiful website called NDE, Near Death Experience. NDE.com. If you find time, try to read that website. A doctor has done research spending 30 years just on this NDE, Near Death Experience. Just on this near death experience, he has done a research for 30 years. Let me first describe what is near death experience. People who are declared clinically dead. After 4 or 5 hours, sometimes people come back. Especially his mother-in-laws. They don't leave. They are not leaving. And after 4 or 5 hours also they come back. And only the people who came back after 4 or 5 hours, he went round all over the world meeting only this type of people who are declared medically dead by the group of doctors. Clinically dead. Doctors declare, no, he is dead. Over. He has met 10,000 people. He has collected the recorded reminiscence, experiences of 10,000 people. If you find time, try to see the website. And he has collected so many different kind of experiences. Experiences from Buddhists, experiences from Christians, experiences from Hindus, experiences from Muslims. From so many people he has collected experience. And he has categorized and explained everything. In the end, he makes an important statement. after doing research for so many years, so many religions describe the death in so many ways. Some say you will reach the place, there's a place called heaven. Saint Peter will be standing in the pearly gates, and if you have done only punya, you will be taken sin. If you have done only merits, you will be taken in. If you have done sins, committed sins, you will be sent to eternal hell. Each one has got their own faith. Some say there is no hell or heaven, you will directly go to Vaikuntha. Some say there will be a special Pushpaka Viman, special aircraft sent from Kailash. All the Namba Menaka will be the air hostess. They will be serving you and you will be directly taken to Shiva's place. There are so many different versions. What happens after death? Or what happens at the time of death? So many versions. And Kathopanishad says you will enter through a tunnel and then see the Angushta Matra Purusha Pirano, means the light which is thumb size, which is your soul. You will see that light and that light leaves the body. There are so many explanations, so many different kind of versions, how the death happens and how you enter into the other body. This doctor, after doing such a big research for 30 years, he says, I have studied so many near-death experiences. Now I can tell one thing. Only when people live, they are Christians, Hindus, Muslims, Buddhists, Jains, different. They belong to different religion. When they die, all of them undergo the same experience which is described in Kathopanishad. He says very clearly, all of them undergo the same experience which is described in Kathopanishad. Here, Krishna explains that beautifully. Much more deeper way explains. When we come to that chapter, Purushottama Yoga, we will see that subject, we will study. Now I just want to give you the introduction. I just want you to know the science in which we are entering. He says, people belong to different religion only when they are alive. When they are dead, they follow only one path, which is described in the Kathopanishad. Exactly what happens at the time of leaving the body. When you leave the body, the moment the physical body dies, physical body relaxes. The moment physical body says, I cannot hold the soul anymore, I am tired. The moment your soul leaves the body, you decide based on your life, how you live these 70, 80 years, what you think as the highest pleasure in your life. If you think eating is the highest pleasure in your life, naturally you will spend whole life in eating. Then at the time of after leaving the body, eating is the only highest pleasure. Then I should take the body which will help me to continuously eat. What is the best body? You see through all the choices. Then you decide, pig is the best body. Let me take that janma. If you thought that sleeping is the greatest happy, joyful experience in your life, live your whole life in sleeping, tamas, then you think, I think that is the best experience in my life. Why not take the buffalo body so that I can spend my whole life in sleeping? Whatever you think is the greatest experience in your life, or to enjoy which sense you spend more energy, maximum time, maximum part of your inner space, you decide your next birth based on that desire, based on that point. Please be very clear, nobody else decides your birth. It is you who decide. Simply you choose. It is clearly conscious decision of your individual soul. I am ready for any of your questions. Naturally, this is a very, I can say, controversial subject. Very difficult to understand. But after this, any question you have, you are welcome to write and put in the box. Surely I will answer, respond to all your questions. But you need to understand the science of birth and death, the mystery, secret mystery of birth and death. Here Krishna says beautifully, here I am telling you the secret thing. Krishna says that Ragasyam Hedaduttam. I am telling you the mysterious, ultimate science. Oh my dear devotee and son, my dear devotee and friend, Bhaktosi me saga cheti Ragasyam Hedaduttam. I am telling you the ultimate mysterious science. If we can understand this one thing, how we take birth, by analyzing this concept with question answer, understand? Now I made few statements. You take birth based on your desires, based on how you live. Birth and death is your conscious decision. These are all few statements I made. We will analyze these statements with a question answer. Only then we will be able to internalize it. If you just hear, it will not go inside. I always encourage people to put questions, because only when you put questions, you will be able to relate with that idea. Never think asking questions. If we ask some question, people will all look at us. We may look like a fool. If you ask questions, you may look like a fool. If you don't, you will be a fool. Better to look like a fool than to be a fool. We will analyze this whole concept, the secret of the birth and death, the mysterious science which Krishna delivers through our question and answers. Then we will be able to internalize this truth. If this truth is understood, you will immediately, the moment you will feel the life is a blessing. The life is your decision. Please be very clear. Including poverty is your decision. Don't think poverty has been forced on you. Don't think poverty has been forced on you. Even that is your decision. When we take birth, we assume the body. We take birth based on our fear and greed. One side the greed is pushing. Let us become son of a king. Let us become the son of a rich man. The other side, your own fear say, no, I can't take so much of responsibility. Please be very clear, along with money, big responsibility of protecting it comes. Along with money, the big responsibility of protecting the money also comes. That is why Lakshmi is handed over to Vishnu, who is protector. The Lakshmi is neither with creator, Brahma, nor with destroyer, Vishnu, the Shiva. She is with protector, who is Vishnu. Along with Lakshmi, wealth, money, the responsibility to protect it also comes. Most of the time, we don't want to take the responsibility. We want only the enjoyment. You want only the enjoyment. You don't want the responsibility. That is where the trouble starts. The person who is ready to take the responsibility and enjoyment will never miss, will never be deprived. If you understand the secret, mystery, clearly, this moment you will feel your life is a blessing. It is not curse. Usually we always blame the life. If I am given chance, I would have made this world much better than as it is now. We always think we can develop on this creation. Be very clear. Surely God is much more intelligent than us. Surely God is much more intelligent than us. Whether your life or the existence, He has done the maximum what can be done. Because we don't understand the mystery of our conscious decisions, we continuously blame the life and the person who gave this life to us. Let me tell you one small incident. It really happened. In America only it happened. One small boy, autism problem. Autism, you all know. All these words are very common here. In India, all these words are very rare. In India, the names of disease are also very rare. Here only I am hearing all new names. With a small kid with autism, maybe 7-8-year-old boy, he was brought to me for healing. The father mother requested me, Swamiji, please heal him and help him to become alright. I put my hand on his head and started healing. Immediately, the boy started talking to me in Tamil, in my mother tongue. The family doesn't know Tamil. He doesn't know even a single word Tamil. He is from other region. Parents are shocked. They say, we don't know how he knows Tamil because we don't know Tamil. Simply the boy started speaking in Tamil to me. Very clearly. They say even in English you will not speak fluently. 1 or 2 words only you will utter. Straight away he started speaking to me. And he says, stop healing. In Tamil he said in a very slang way. In Tamil he said in a very slang way. And he said, he told me, stop healing. I was shocked. First of all, to listen Tamil from him. And clear words. Stop healing. I was shocked. Then I told him, why are you asking me to stop healing? I thought some evil spirit is there inside his body. Maybe some other spirit. So I started asking him, who are you? Why are you asking me to stop? Then he says, I took this decision consciously. I don't want to take the responsibility of going to the regular life. School, making money, and living all this life. I don't want to take the responsibility. That is why I took this disease. I took this decision of autism consciously. Whole thing he spoke to me in Tamil, in my mother tongue. And I don't know how you will be able to believe, because it is related to the person. I am not able to give his name and reference. But I tell you, honestly, it is truth. It is truth. Straight away he started addressing. He says, I don't want to take the responsibility of life. I am not interested in doing all these things, regular things, of going to school, going to the life. That is why I took this type of body. I wanted somebody to take care of me. I want to just enjoy. Then I asked him, all right, that is okay, beautiful, but why did you take birth for such a nice people? And the parents are so devoted to me. They are very nice people. They are great devotees. I told him, they are such a nice people. Why did you take birth to them? Why did you come down as a son for them? Then he says, I took birth in their family because they are nice people. They will take care of me. They will not abandon me. Somebody else means they would have abandoned me. They wouldn't have taken care of me. That is the reason I took birth in their family. Whole thing he spoke to me in Tamil. I was just shocked. And in the end, by force he removed my hand from his head. Then I said, all right, I cannot interfere in the decision of any individual. I cannot interfere in anybody's life. The greatness of God is He gives you the freedom to be in bondage. Even if it is freedom, He doesn't force us on, He never forces it on you. He gives you the freedom to be in bondage. Because it is your choice. And in the end, I am not able to heal him. And I did not heal him. The whole thing, your whole birth is based on your fear and greed. But enlightened master's birth is based on love and compassion. The whole secret is this. Ordinary man takes birth based on the fear and greed. That is why his whole life is driven by fear and greed. His whole life runs based on fear and greed. Enlightened masters, they assume the body out of love and compassion. That is why Krishna beautifully says, Atma Maya, because of my own energy, my own Shakti, my own Maya, I take but Sambhavyam Atma Maya, Prakritim Swamadishtaya, Sambhavyam Atma Maya. With my own energy, just out of my love and compassion, I land on this planet Earth. Next question comes, how can we be liberated by knowing this truth? What way? It is going to help us directly in our life. Please be very clear. When I say the word birth and death, I don't mean just dying in the end of your life. I mean every night sleep is your birth and death. Every night when you go to sleep, you die. When you come back, morning, you take birth. Every day you assume the body. Every day you leave the body. When you go to the Karana Sarira, when you go to the sleep, when you fall asleep, every day you die. When you come back, every day you come back to life. Now, as on now, every day morning, how we come back to life? How we take this body? Just look deeply. What happens at the time you get up from the bed? First thing, usually, first thing, the moment you get the awareness, either a thought based on greed or fear will hit you. Thought based on greed, maybe you wanted to meet somebody, you have got something to do, or thought based on fear, you have to go to office, you have to do this work. Some thought based on fear or greed will hit you. Immediately you will jump out of your bed. Am I right? If you analyze, you are waking up, you are assuming this body, that moment is taking birth. Please be very clear. That moment you take body. These are the basic, very subtle, mysterious secrets of altering the whole consciousness. Early morning, with which thought you enter into the body? which thought makes you assume the body, is going to play a major role in your consciousness. The first thought is going to play a major role in your consciousness. As on now, usually, how we get up? Either a thought based on fear or greed. That only hits you. Immediately, you jump out of the bed. Either you wanted to do something or you are afraid that you have to go to your regular routine. You assume the body because of fear or greed. But an enlightened man, enlightened master, assumes the body out of love and compassion. He comes out just to pour his compassion out, just to share himself with the whole world. When I say the birth and death, I am not only mentioning about the death which happens in the end, I mean every day. If you understand this one and alter your thoughts at the time of waking up, you will alter the whole consciousness, quality of your consciousness can be changed. Just like how camera works. The first moment, whatever scene is there in front of the camera eye, that is recorded in the film, that will stay there forever. Same way, the first moment of your consciousness with which you assume the body, you enter into the body, that moment with what thought you enter into the body, that plays a major role the whole day on your consciousness. When you get up from the bed, the first thought, let it be related to love and compassion. Let it be related to a deep, divine, spiritual thought. Get up only to express your life in bliss. Get up just out of joy. The moment you come to consciousness, the moment you become aware of yourself, tell the existence, oh Lord, so beautiful, you have given me one more day. I have come back to life once more, just to see your existence. I am blessed, you have given me one more day extension. Please be very clear, you have no right to have extension. Don't think life is your birthright. I have seen many people taking things for granted. Before they get the job, if I get just $10,000 per month salary, it will be really great. I feel blessed. The moment you get the job, in 1 month, you think it's your birthright. You think it is your birthright, and you start thinking about the $100,000 salary. Birth itself is not your right. How can you say something is your birthright? The word birthright is completely wrong. Birth itself is not your right. You have no right. It's pure gift. You can't extend even a single breath. You can't do even one single moment, inhaling or exhaling, unless the divine allows you. Unless the Paramashivam gives the extension. So every day is a blessing. Every day is an extension. When you get up from the bed, get up, come out of the bed, assume the body with this gratitude to the divine, your whole quality of consciousness will change. You will become an incarnation. Here I am giving you the straight technique. How to become Krishna. How to enter into Krishna consciousness. How to become an incarnation. The man who assumes the body out of love and compassion is incarnation. If you assume the body out of greed or fear, you are man. If you assume the body out of love and compassion, you are incarnation. You are divine. Early morning, first thought, let it be from gratitude. let it be from love, let it be from compassion, your whole life will become pure, eternal bliss. Your whole life will be a different consciousness. I was explaining the secret of birth and death, how we go through, how it is our conscious decision, how it is our choice. Please be very clear, your whole life is purely your responsibility. Nobody has forced anything on you. It is completely your responsibility. You who is taking the responsibility of your whole life. It is not forced on you. It is your decision. Always people ask me, then why do we get into accidents, Swamiji? Please be very clear, including accidents are your choice. I am making a bold statement. Including accidents are your choice. You can put your questions. I will explain the question tomorrow. When we see the questions, then you will understand this truth in a much more deeper way. Here, I wanted to stop by presenting this hypothesis. I am presenting the secret science as a hypothesis. Now, you are welcome to analyze this with your questions. We will look into this secret science. Ragasya Hemat Heduttama. Krishna says beautifully in the 4th chapter, 3rd sloka, Ragasyam Hedaduttam. This mysterious inner science, the mysterious great science. We will analyze this science with your questions. Before ending the session, I will answer these few questions which is presented, given by our devotees yesterday. Dear Swamiji, how to find out whether somebody is enlightened or not? Arjuna asked the same question. I think in the 2nd chapter, Krishna answers this same question. Let me give you the sloka. Yes. Arjuna asks, Sthita prajnasya ka vasha samadhistasya kesava Sthitati kim prabhashete kimasida prajeta kim Sthita prajnasya ka vasha samadhistasya kesava. Arjuna says, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of those? What are the symptoms of one whose consciousness is thus merged in transcendence? How does he speak? And what is his language? How does he sit? And how does he walk? This is the question from 2nd chapter. Of course, the 2nd chapter, Arjuna is not ready to even relate with Krishna. That is why Krishna is explaining about enlightenment. Immediately Arjuna asks how to find out whether somebody is enlightened or not. How an enlightened man will walk and sit. Actually, he is addressing this question to find out whether Krishna is enlightened or not. For example, he says, these are the qualities of enlightenment. Immediately Arjuna is asking, Krishna explains about enlightenment. Immediately Arjuna is asking, how an enlightened man will behave, tell me. It means what? First thing, he is doubting the Krishna's authority. He wants some scale with which he can measure Krishna. But one important thing, even though out of compassion Krishna tries to answer here logically, you cannot logically measure. That is the ultimate truth. Just out of compassion, Krishna tries to give some idea. Actually, Krishna is just postponing the question. He is not answering it. There are 2-3 methods. Actually, one person came to me and he asked me, Swamiji, please tell me how to realize God, how to achieve God, teach me something about God, Atman. I just told him, please come and sit. How are you? You are from where? What you are doing? What your wife is doing? How is your family? I started talking. And he also started talking something. Conversation went on. After that, he was with me more than 3 hours, but he did not raise the subject again. He forgot the very question. He did not even remember the question which he asked. He did not even come to the subject. Then understand how much this question is important for his life. How much this question is important for his life. He is asking just because he has to ask something. You are seeing a Swamiji. You have to show that you have some spiritual interest. Somewhere you have to relate with him. And you have to show you also know few words. I have seen few pandits. They come and stand in front of me and recite long, big terminologies. Big words. One guy came to me and asked me, Swamiji, tell me the mantra. How to do Vasya, Ashta, Rasavaja, Mahalakshmi, Durga Devi. He's asking that 1800 Kali. Give me the mantra to do Vasya. After 1800 Kali, she should listen what I say. Give me the mantra. I told him, first learn some mantra to make your wife listen to your words. First learn how to handle 200 women. Then you can go about learning how to work with 1800 women. You don't know the basic science of life. How to live with your wife. You wanted to learn big words. And we always waste our life with big words, with big terminologies. And this guy, he forgot the question. After that, he spent with me 2-3 hours. He is not even remembered the question. The question asked just because he should speak something. It is not his quest. Questions are answered in one way, quest is addressed in the other way. Please be very clear. Questions are answered in one way, quest is addressed in the other way. One person came to me, young man, and he asked me, Swamiji, have you seen God? It seems he has read a lot of Ramakrishna Vivekananda literature. And I could see that he was wearing the Vivekananda's dollar in his neck, around his neck. Have you seen God? I asked him. Have you read Ramakrishna Vivekananda's life? He said, yes. I am asking you, how the Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna. Same way I am asking you, have you seen God? I just cut out his shirt so that he should not run away. Then I told him, Ramakrishna said he has seen. And simply Vivekananda followed Ramakrishna. His whole life he was with Ramakrishna. Now I tell you, not only I have seen, I will show you, come. The fellow ran away. He just disappeared. He escaped and ran away. Then I told him, don't ask the question if you can't take the responsibility.
Just because you read Ramakrishna Vivekananda's life, Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, true, but he had the courage, guts to follow Ramakrishna. When Ramakrishna said yes, he followed. I told him, not only I say I have seen, I will show you come. Fellow, just escape. We always waste our life with empty words. Question will be addressed in a different way. Quest is addressed in a different way. Here, it is a question. Arjuna is asking a question. It is not quest. He is asking, Sthita prajnasya kavasha samadhistasya kesava Sthidati kim prabhasheda kima sida prajeda kim. How to find out something is a question or quest, you know. If it is a quest, you will have only one word. You will put one question and you will stop, you will wait for answer. If it is just an intellectual question, you will continuously arrange 10 words. Here he is asking 10 questions. How does he speak? What is his language? How does he sit? And how does he walk? Means he is not even interested in answer. If you are interested in answer, you will stop with the first question. You will wait for the answer. Then you will put the next question. But here he goes on putting the questions. Means pure intellectual. Arjuna is on the process. He is on the process. Arjuna, then Krishna starts. Of course, please be very clear, Krishna is not answering. He is just postponing the question. He knows answering this question is no way going to help. So he is answering in such a way, neither Arjuna will feel he did not receive the answer, nor the Arjuna can come to a conclusion with this answer. Here he is giving an answer. Prajahadi yada kaman sarvan partha manogatan atmanye atmanavishta sthaprajnasta docchate. He says, Partha, when a man casts up and controls all types of desires and selfish deeds which arise from the mind, and when he remains satisfied with himself in his consciousness, in his eternal bliss, then he is said to have a stable mind and wise. Alright, how many of you can find out with this scale whether somebody is enlightened or not? Tell me. Here is given the answer. Can any of us use this answer? After answer, you will have more problem than before answer. Actually, sometime by giving answer, you will create more questions than before the question was there. Originally, if Arjuna had 10 questions, after this answer, you will have 20 questions. Because the answer says, who is completely established in his own consciousness, who is satisfied in his own consciousness, he is said to have stable mind and wise. And he is telling, he is said to have. He is not giving from his experience. He could have said, he is Siddhaprajna. But he is not telling that. He is believed or said to have stable mind and is wise. He is just trying to escape, putting the blame on the tradition. He is not directly coming the front. He is not confronting the question directly. He is just passing it away. He is just passing it away. Ramakrishna, whenever a close disciple asks for some boon, he will tell, don't worry, I will take care. Whenever he wants to avoid somebody, he will tell, go to Kali and pray. Go to Kali and pray. He will tell them, no, go there, go to the Dwaras Mandir is there, go there, the Kali is there, go and pray. He will not put himself front. He will just avoid. That's the same thing Krishna is doing here. He is saying, it is believed, so that if some more person comes, he can always escape. Next sloka. Dukkeshvanu, Vignamana, Sukeshu Vikadaspraha, Vitaraga Vayakroda, Siddhadir Muni Uchade. Translation goes, one whose mind remains free from emotional agitation, even in miseries, and does not search for pleasure, and who is free from attachment, fear and anger, is called the enlightened man who is in eternal bliss, eternal consciousness. If your inner space is not filled with too much of emotional attachment, it can freely flow in the life. It can freely flow in the life. Many people ask me, Swamiji, continuously, how are you able to quote from so many scriptures? From where you are able to get so much of information? How are you able to speak so many things? I tell them, very simple secret. So many people ask me, how are you able to have such a sharp memory? Give us some technique to have sharp memory. This is the ultimate important technique to have sharp memory. How to have sharp memory? Just drop the emotional attachment. It's just how computer works. If your hard disk is filled with high resolution photographs, what will happen? It will crash. If it is filled only with the Word document, you can handle any amount of memory. Your emotional attachment makes Word document into high resolution photographs. Word documents are transformed into high resolution photographs, high resolution pictures by your emotional attachment to it. When you emotionally attach to it, again and again you remember only that. That portion takes away majority of your inner space. Your whole inner space is swallowed, taken away by that one particular picture. If at all you can do surgery in your inner space, most of your inner space will be filled just with 4 or 5 photographs. Your wife or family or your spouse, your immediate family. Only those 4 or 5 pictures will be there, high resolution. 90% of your hard disk is filled just with that 4 or 5 high resolution pictures. That is why you don't have memory space left for any other work. Your whole memory space is already occupied. No memory space is left. But if at all you can bring down, if at all you can reduce the emotional attachment for these few high resolution pictures, you will be able to handle more Word documents. More Word documents. That is the secret here Krishna is giving. Whose inner space is completely free, whose hard disk is completely clean, who can process any information at any time, whose inner space is open, free and sharp. He is called Sthita Prajna. He is called the person who is in eternal consciousness. These are all few answers Krishna is giving for Arjuna. But I tell you, with this scale, you will never be able to find who is enlightened or who is unenlightened by using the scales intellectually. Simply impossible. If you want an honest answer, I can tell one thing. You can never find logically. If somebody is enlightened, when you see him, simply something that happens inside your heart.
beyond your intellect. Your whole heart will fall in tune with Him. Simply you will not be able to forget Him. You will be pulled. Your whole being will be attracted. Your whole being will be automatically filled by Him. You will not know what is happening to you. You yourself will not be able to understand, analyze logically. You will be just waiting. When can I see Him next? When can I see Him next? Simply your heart will fall in love. I can say, with masters you raise in love. With ordinary people you fall in love. With masters you raise in love. Simply something will happen in your space. Beyond your control, beyond your logic, your heart knows He is enlightened. Simply you can't say no to Him. Be very clear. If that happens, that person is going to help you. That person is going to show you the life. That person is your master. If that doesn't happen, don't bother. Continue your search. You will meet the right person. Continue your search. You will meet the right person. Don't bother who is enlightened, who is not enlightened. Intellectually you cannot find out. If somebody is going to help you, simply your heart will fall in tune with Him. If it falls in tune with Him, even if He is not enlightened, He will help you. You will be helped by Him. Even if He is not enlightened, you will be helped by Him. If your heart has not fallen in tune, even if He is enlightened, He is not for you. Forget about it. So, you don't have to use your head at all. Just relax. Your heart knows how to show you the right path, how to guide you in the right path. Your heart is the judge which will guide you automatically at the right time, in the right moment, towards the right person. So, let the divine Parabrahma Krishna guide us all to the right energy, to the right attitude and the right experience. Let Him shower the eternal bliss. Let Him make us experience and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Bhagavata Narayanena Svayam Vyasena Kraditam Purana Muninam Madhye Mahabharatam. Ekam nityam vimalamachalam sarvadi sakshibhutam bhavaditam trigunarahitam sadgurum tam namami.